because the knight is quite stupidly placed, and in fact that makes sense of the a5 move. So
maybe that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea because, you know, were the knight on b1, I would say this is not a particularly good way to play, but it's not on b1. In fact, white could even consider playing knight b1 at this moment, but that would be... is that too extravagant? Knight b1,
knight c3, yes, of course, yes.
Because knight b1 is what you want. He's gone b6, interesting.
He's gone b6, okay, let's have a look. So knight e6 was maybe an interesting idea, so knight bd2 and b6 here. I was thinking also maybe b5 was a possibility.
Yeah, the problem I think with b5 is that c5 is just often giving a slight edge.
You're absolutely right, because here you have such an important space advantage and you no longer have b6. Okay, so Magnus played b6. But then, you know, compared to this line which you normally play against the Catalan, you can go for this b6, c6, e6, but you don't play with a5, you play with bishop b7, knight d7, rook c8.
Okay.
So what is the difference now?
So I'm just trying to think here that maybe he's going to go for one of these French structures. Is that possible? If e4, he will just sort of keep his knight on f6 and just allow white to play e5 and gain some space. Because that must be his idea. Because I don't think he can take. I think he has to maintain this strong point on d5 and play around. And I suspect he's keeping the d7 square available for the knight.
So let's try the most principled continuation here.
That's a good
e4.
question. If we play bishop b7, let's say we just... Or knight a6. That's another...
knight a6 first, so like in the previous position, yes?
And I think the idea is... Yes, I want knight b4 at some moment.
But then do you really want... How do you take here?
Well, I have to take with the c-pawn. e5 and knight. Knight d7, probably.
Knight d7. So now your knight is on e6. Maybe I can play this move.
Yeah. And then bishop b7.
And is this so pleasant?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Rook c8, for instance.
Maybe I can
They have such types of position in the Queen's Indian. So
yes, of course. So
normally the knight is on e8. Very often it's on e8 in these things.
So that's why I wanted to understand with the knight on
similarities there. Black will probably want, I think, b5, b4 to try and get some space.
But I would feel that this position is very dangerous for black. I have this feeling intuitively because I play a lot of King's Indian attacks. So the knight on e6 is very awkwardly placed for the moment.
Very good.
Yes. Okay, so we will wait for Radoslav's reaction. Yes. And
Thank you, Stefan Eriksson. Says these are by far the best commentators streaming the FIDE World Cup. Thank you, Nigel
so much for
and
your kind
Almira.
Words. Yes.
So very glad we are making some people happy. So.
Well,
and we had a lot of people watching the tie breaks in particular. I think they like the thrills and spills of the tie breaks.
And the blood.
the blunders.
The blood in the gladiators arena. I wanted to draw your attention, Nigel, to this game. So Pragnananda is playing against MVL. And as we all know, MVL's, very, very choice against d4 is the Grunfeld. And what was the move order which the youngster chose here? So knight f3 and e3.
Yes.
So what is the idea behind the move e3 and not e4 taking the center immediately?
Well, this was how Petrosyan played, didn't he, against Botvinnik during the 1963
This I don't remember.
World Championship.
This one I don't remember.
You weren't there? You weren't in the audience watching that one?
No, somehow
I'm surprised.
I studied those from the books, but yes, this one because I'm particularly I'm not familiar with this opening. So
there are also those lines where White plays a very quick b4. That's another story.
Mm-hmm.
That's more familiar.
So how should White react here? We have so c5 castle, then probably knight c6. I would assume, and then maybe
yes.
you can take on c5.
Well, I think yes, I probably would want to take that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a question of whether White should, whether Black should capture first on d4, and then maybe. So this is kind of a Tarrasch structure with colours reversed. So it's a much improved Tarrasch. You can play bishop g4 there and play for that type of position.
And bishop b3 and knight c6 here?
I'm not sure you want bishop e3. It's sometimes
h3 could be useful.
Rook e1. You're not in a hurry to do things. Maybe rook e1 and try to go forward.
I just wanted to show that h3, for example, bishop f3, queen f3, knight c6, and then you have knight d4.
That's right. Yes.
So that's a trick. So
well, it's a trick. I mean, they get these types of positions quite often.
And Maxim went for it. So he took on d4. Let's wait for the response, because we still don't have it. So e4 and bishop g4 or knight c6. So bishop g4, rook e1 you want to try, yes?
No, I'm not sure. And it's possible, I don't know which is the right way to play here. But one could play d5 directly. It's also possible. And just try and shove this pawn up the board. So, for instance, if knight to d7, then h3, and takes, queen takes.
Yes, I just wanted to show that you have to take, because somehow you would lose a piece after g4.
Well, you've still got bishop takes c3,
yes,
but it's no good. It's no good anyway because of knight g5.
g5, yes, and this, yes. So that's the complete variation. But Maxim goes for bishop knight c6 actually. d5 and knight a5. Okay. I would say that it's a sort of standard continuation.
It's standard, yes, and I think they normally go for very quick sort of rook e1, bishop g5. You try and activate quite quickly, I think, in these type of positions.
But actually, I like the move Praggnanandhaa played. He played h3. It reminds me of some Russo-Lima positions, which you can get after bishop b5 and g6. Very often, you would give this bishop, even in this type of position, and then you have to play h3, and then rook e1, and bishop b4, bishop g5. Yeah. So this is a very nice move.
I hope I didn't traumatize Praggnanandhaa before the game, because he was on the bus and he was sitting on the back row, and I said to him, I said, when I went to school, all the troublemakers used to sit on their backs. And he didn't respond to this at all. So obviously it doesn't get my sense of humor. Or maybe he was too concentrated.
But
maybe he took this as a reprimand. You know, I was just teasing him.
But you know, also maybe he's already in such state of concentration. It reminds me of Bronstein. You know, he was coming and to his board and sitting there 10 minutes before the game, fully concentrated, not talking to anyone. So maybe he is already 1 hour. He's already in the game 1 hour before the game.
Well,
yes, of course.
Could well be.
It's very important to enter this state of trance.
Yeah,
probably.
well, this was half an hour before the game. I wouldn't have done it 30 seconds before the game to me. But,
of course. But
still hadn't got off the bus.
But he's one of the troublemakers. How many we have? We still have Javahir Sindarov, we have Nodirbek Abdusatorov, we have Rinat Jumanbayev. We have a lot of troublemakers in this tournament. And it's a nice party.
It is.
So H3 was played. Let's move on. Which game?
Anyone.
So Peter Svidler
We've got
against
a
Nikita
much more
Vitigov. Yes.
manageable number today. It's like the first time I feel we've got a manageable.
So we can cover them all. Yes.
Yeah, that we can talk about them, and the time control is, more sedate. That we can go from one to the other, and when it's the rapid and the blitz. Even with this number, we've got no chance, basically. But,
Nigel, look at this position. I don't know what to say because all the openings, which I played when I was a kid, they appear now on the elite, on the top boards. I don't understand, Maybe this is the latest trend. I love this move, Queen D4, very much.
Don't bring your queen out too soon.
Yes, but this has, of course, the justification that you want to go for this position and to castle quickly, yes. So that's just so you want to go for this.
Heavy theory, this line, and very respectable for white.
And so Nikita played knight f6 actually here, a very tricky move. So then, you can avoid all these lines with bishop b5 because you can also choose knight bd7. So bishop e2 here, and what it reminds me of, if I may say, it reminds me of this line. Just a little bit, so e6, bishop e2 here, and knight f6. So you see, maybe it could be sort of a transposition, but after bishop e2, knight c6.
Not exactly.
Yes, he played knight c6, of course, and here Peter went for queen e3. Yes. What's important to understand that, of course, black wants to play with g6 here, not e6 any longer. So when the knight is on f6, queen e3 is fine. And you also have this idea here. Here, like if you play a6, c4, knight c6, you play queen d2.
Yeah, but that's a different...
Yeah, just wanted to show how do you come.
That is a different structure.
And you need to play b3, so on bishop h6, which is a strategical idea, you have a bishop b2, queen b2. Yes, so
threatening a rook. Mm-hmm. You're just a trickster, aren't you?
But that's actually how you understand the opening ideas.
Okay.
So that's where this move queen e3 comes from. So g6... castle, bishop g7, h3. Well, not only in order not to give... Okay, how do you continue here? Are you going for the Maroczy bind and you will play c4 here?
Well, maybe he is... I think you could well do that, but I would put the rook on d1 first.
Okay.
Not sure why, but I just plonk it there opposite the queen and see what you're up to. There is a question of whether black should play queen b6. Could be a good move.
Queen b6 immediately.
Or not.
I would believe that it actually could be
knight c3
worse.
and then knight c3 and then you go for... bishop e3.
And you don't have the b5. I will take with the bishop
Yes,
simply.
yes.
So I don't like queen b6. Okay, you threaten e5. Yes, so we want to show this. Then, what would be the perfect? Can I go queen a5 here?
You can, of course, you can do that. But after that, I would be more tempted to
How do you
just
develop?
play knight c3 or something and try and get some. He's gone rook d1.
So you are not that rusty.
I'm not that rusty. Well, maybe it's because I'm closer in generation to Peter Svidler. I mean, he looks at me as an old man, but anyway, in this company, he's quite senior himself.
So if you would continue here in the traditional way for black, then I'm not sure. Bishop e6, is it possible? I want to avoid the knight d5.
It's possible.
So,
it's possible.
Because otherwise, I
Bishop
think that,
d2, then I'll try
and bishop d2.
So
this is such a strange position, such a strange setup with the queen on e3 and bishop on d2.
yeah, it is a bit odd, but the queen has some advantage there in.
But Nigel,
that
look,
it protects.
can I exchange queens
You
in
can,
this way?
You can. I'll take it.
And
I'll play bishop e3.
but b6?
b6. I'll play knight g5.
And knight d5 next, yes. Yeah.
Or f4, maybe.
Or even f4, yes.
I feel it should be slightly better for white. Okay, let's move around. Let's. It's a quiet position, possibly a tad better for white. One doesn't feel that much is happening.
So let's have a look what's happened in the game between Anton Korobov and Alexander Grishuk.
Okay.
Another opening of mine.
Yeah, King's Indian
King's
attack.
Indian attack, yes. Like actually, a very precise move, e takes d5, especially taking into account recent developments in the opening.
Tell me.
Well, there is this crazy idea. So why do you want to play? Because first of all, black didn't lose a tempo by playing b6, b5.
Yes.
So you no longer go here for e5 because black is actually quite on time here. So you go for e takes d5.
Yeah,
and
but they often play b5 in one move anyway. But I think one of the issues is the knight is on d2, which is not necessarily. Okay, sometimes it comes to effort. Yeah, okay, you will explain the idea.
Sometimes one of the ideas, it also depends, yes, of course, where is the knight. Actually, I feel that these positions are quite easy to play, but there is a trick, because after this, I believe that you can play this.
All right, okay.
And
then after c4...
And after c4, I would go knight e5. And it's not so easy, to deal with this knight. Because, first of all, you cannot take, of course, because I will always take on c4.
Yeah.
So that's one of the tricks.
This one I spotted.
Then what happens, actually, if you take on d4? But then you also take on c4.
Yes.
And then I will jump with this knight on c6. At some point, you are left with this terrible structure.
Yeah, you could even have played c3. It was also
Of
good.
course, this is a possibility. Just I wanted to explain some ideas.
It's really wonderful. I'm thoroughly enjoying this, Almira, because I'm sitting here and you're giving me a nice lesson on the opening theory, and I get paid to learn something. So I'm actually thoroughly enjoying it. I had no idea about some of these positions. And I also don't know where you find the time to study. But because you said you're updating your old repertoire.
Yeah, no, but this is actually, they're up to date. And when I analyzed it myself like a month ago, I also believe this happened in the game between Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana, and Fabi went for this structure.
Okay.
But knight d5, I really believe that this is the best answer. So Here, I would start with
No, I'd
a4.
certainly insert that move, and that's awkward to deal with, isn't it? Because
it almost forces you to play b4, yes,
but
of
then
course.
knight c4, and then one would feel that white has
But I think something was played. Let's have a move.
I think he's played a4, maybe. There's some moves on
Yes,
the
let's have
queen
a look.
side.
Okay, we have a4 now on the board, yes, and I don't think there's, when I analyzed, yes, you have this.
b4 and then knight c4, and one feels...
Yes,
Well,
and b4 was played.
Yeah, I feel knight c4, white should be just a tad better.
Well, it's still not so easy, you know, because you have this important d4 square.
You do.
Of course, yes.
You do.
So-
What are white's ideas? Often to play, I think, on the king side, isn't it? So knight c4 has come, and maybe sooner or later, white will be looking at moves like h4, which is a sort of general probing chess, hoping for knight g5 at some inconvenient moment.
So, yeah, I think that white is a tad better here, and we'll get back to the game, you know, after the opening phase, of course.
Okay.
Alexander is looking puzzled, but I think
No, he's. I'm
he's
sure.
trying to remember. Yes.
Well, I don't. I think sometimes he just likes to contemplate life. That's often,
life.
just what he does. He's waiting for the inevitable time scramble, which will come his way. So he can't play too quickly because obviously he will avoid getting into time trouble then, and he won't get that adrenaline rush, that adrenaline kick, which he clearly thrives upon.
But maybe philosophically, you know, he is trying, of course, to find the best move, the absolute truth in the position. But then, inevitably, he is in the time trouble where he is like given his life in the hands of gods. You know, so it's a paradox.
Yeah, I think his way of playing is really not for many people. There are very few who can emulate him.
Okay, then. Dmitry Andreikin is playing white against Velimir Ivich. Okay. Nigel, this happened today. Before, I think that nowadays anything can be played and almost everything is analyzed, yes, with the computers.
But these are old ideas. This is Vasily Smyslov.
Yes, but when I...
Smyslov, you know him.
But when I analyzed this when I was a kid, you know, it was considered as being something like, you know, not so much for white.
Yeah, it's not so much. It's expansion. You see, black has played in a very modest way. So you just take space and you just play some moves.
A5, sort of the King's Indian attack with the colors reversed. Knight bd7, knight c3, knight c5, and rook c1. I actually like black's position, but I'm not objective at all. Nigel, what would you say?
I tend to agree. I mean, I'm not sure how white continues. Maybe knight d2, is that possible there? Is that ridiculous move?
I'm thinking, first of all, like blackest move. Should we start with
sorry.
this?
Sorry.
Yes, should we start with this or it's too early?
Looking at the...
or should we develop the bishop first?
No, maybe you develop the bishop. Sorry.
So
I'm very...
There are some ideas, some crazy ideas. You play bishop f5, you provoke e4, and then you go back. Yes.
Or even
bishop
g4.
Yes.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure how relevant is this here.
Bishop f5 could be a good move here.
So
it also interferes with my plan, knight d2, and just Yeah, I could
Yes.
play knight g5. It's not. No, I can't because h6 because you cover everything.
So I use this bishop f5 idea
No,
because
bishop
it's
f5.
typical for the English opening.
It is because if White's playing e4, he's gone e3 and then e4. So you haven't even really lost a tempo with that.
And then e4 also weakens the d4 square, one of the strategic ideas, of course.
Yeah.
So, well, rook c1 and black is still thinking. The only difference is that Andreikin still has 1 hour 30 minutes on his clock, and Velimir Ivic spent like half an hour on his opening.
It's not that important. I mean, at the moment, it potentially could become important. It's no great cause for concern. I mean, people play even rapid games at a very, very high level. And he's got way more time than this at the moment, and even he'll get more time after move 40. So here...
Yes, I moved to the game between
this is,
young Krzysztof Duda,
yeah,
who is playing white against Puya Dani.
Can we go through this,
The
please, Almira, because this is very
bishop
interesting
b3, 5, of course.
to see.
G4, b5, g5. Okay, b4. They went for the very concrete line.
Oh, that's interesting. Looks
and
like
g6 here.
Looks like it's it has been analyzed. G6, very surprising to me. So,
why is it like?
Well, it's voluntarily to play this move.
Yeah, I think that's bishop h6 is the
Yeah, but okay,
immediate
but
threat.
okay.
I mean, you want to force it.
Yeah, maybe I would put my rook somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know where the rook should be. Probably on the c file.
I mean, rook c8. Okay, the queen is a bit far, yes, from... there are no sacrifices for the moment. But
it's a strange move to me.
But it ensures also maybe I am switching to this plan, knight h5 and f5. Could it be, or it's too dangerous?
Just it's strange. I mean, look, maybe it's... I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay,
no, I mean, knight h5 and f5. No, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't?
Yeah, that does look weakening. So how about f4 here? Is that not possible? Or knight g4 is going to be a good response? That could be a good response.
Oh, I still have bishop d2 and bishop
and
a5.
Then knight f2 is annoying.
Yes, and bishop a5, knight d3. Then f4 is maybe a little... Well, it's premature, so how do you react? Maybe it's a simple prophylactic move, Nigel. g6.
Yeah, not quite sure where to put it.
And then what do you do with your queen on a3?
I don't know. I don't know what that is doing. I would be looking at, with white...
King b1 was played.
I'd be looking at king b1 and king a1. Because the king is clearly not secure on the c-file with black teeing up like that with the rook and the queen, major pieces, and probably it should go in the corner at some point. You don't need to hurry.
But it's one of the standard defensive maneuvers, yes, when you use in the Sicilians with the opposite side castling, you play king b1, king a1, you ensure the safety of your king, and then you start attacking. But I'm still worried about this queen on a3. Maybe he wants to play positionally trade queens at some point. I don't see how to bring the queen to play. Wouldn't you be worried?
I would be a bit concerned with white. I'm not thrilled with white's position, to be honest, but strangely enough, you can often prefer to have, let's say, an end game. I mean, if you can get the queens off, very often in the Sicilian, white needs the queens on because his structure is not that good, and his chances lie with better development and middle game attack. Whereas here, it's rather the opposite, I think, that I quite fancy black's prospects in an endgame.
Okay.
Particularly because the d6 pawn could become weak, and also the a6 pawn can become weak in an endgame. But we're not there. But we're not there yet.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I had in mind, because sometimes, like when we were studying chess at the Soviet Union, the kids sometimes, and it's a very useful exercise in order to understand the position.
Something is wrong there, Almira.
Yes.
I mean, you were talking about studying in the Soviet. You're too young for that. I know that, but you've read about it, haven't you? In the books, you've read about the Soviet Union.
And then one of the most important advice that coaches were given us is that in order to understand the position, sometimes you have to visualize what position you are aiming for. And that's how you understand, of course, for example, that you need to get the queens off the board here. Well, especially given the...
Who were your coaches?
Well, at the beginning, I've studied a lot of myself with my parents, but then later on, I studied with, Joel Letier. He gave me so much, formed me as a player. And then Alexander Volzhin and Alexander Chernin. Okay. So... they gave me so much knowledge, so I'm forever thankful for. And I'm eager to learn.
Joel, of course, was a guy with 5.5, 4.5 score against Gary Kimovich.
Is it 5.5?
5.5,
I think
5.5, 4.5, I think.
No, I think it was a bit less, but still, +1, yes, against Gary Kimovich.
5.5, 4.5 against Gary Kimovich. Someone will correct me in the chat if I've got that wrong.
Yeah. Well, so I've been always
and I think
very happy to learn. Actually,
and one of those reasons, I think, I would say he had two things about his chess, that he was very strong theoretically, Joel, and also there was a lack of fear. And Gary Kimovich, he feeds on fear.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
He can, he's got that big nose, and he can smell it from quite a distance.
No, you're absolutely right. The psychological pressure he's putting on his opponents was immense. But I also wanted to tell you that, like, when we were like in teenage years, and because I also trained a little bit with Levon Aranyan when he was a kid, so we had the same trainer, Melixet Hachian, who is now training the American team. So you see, these were wonderful, absolutely wonderful coaches. And
that's because your Armenian connections, isn't it? Yeah.
And Levon made it far.
Yeah.
So Rook B8 was played, and I like this move.
So maybe that was the point of his G6, because he wasn't sure where to put the rook, and he's just waiting for white to move his king to put the rook opposite it.
But then if I would continue with like a king A1, and then I would always have bishop C1. Okay, we will see. Tabata Mamin is playing against Pintala Hare Krishna. We haven't analyzed the games of these players well, profoundly in depth so far. So
No.
let's have a look. They're still in the opening phase. The Queen's Gambit accepted. Another thing that I know a bit.
How old is he exactly? Tubba. I always get tongue twister. Tubba. God, I never do it.
Shabba-dabba-dum, shabba-dabba-dum,
Go on.
da-da-dum.
Is
So-
that a man and a woman?
Yes, it's
Tubba.
it's a very solid line in the Queen's Gambit accepted, but
E4. That's
but
strange.
then yes, White went for E4 and Knight C6. So I would assume that it is dangerous to take. It's always dangerous to take these Greek offerings, you know. So what would you do here? If E4,
Always
Knight E4?
dangerous to. Oh gosh. I'm married to a Greek. What did I?
Well, the
So
history.
Greeks,
the
Greeks are dangerous, are they? Yes. Okay. What to do?
Well, what is this Latin
Yeah.
phrase? I'm afraid of the gifts of the Greeks. So-
Timeo dana
yes.
oset dona ferentes. I fear the Greeks even when
When
bearing
we are
gifts.
gifts, yes. So-
Yes.
I couldn't remember the exact line. So, and the
Yeah.
Greek mythology proved.
I failed my Latin actually, but never mind.
So Knight E4. Just, of course, it's not on the board, but I wanted to see how White would continue by simple Bishop F3. Nigel, what happens here? Knight D6 and maybe Rook E1. It looks dangerous.
Or bishop f4.
Bishop F4.
Yeah,
yes.
because I like to press the knight on d6 there.
Mm-hmm.
It's very uncomfortably placed on that square.
Yeah, and it gives you also the open maybe to take and then to play Knight F5 and to
Somewhere,
sacrifice.
yes,
Of course, I understand.
exactly.
But
So-
White very usually have tremendous initiative when they sacrifice the pawn on E4. That's why Pintala Harikrishna didn't take it. So Knight C6 and Knight C3 was played. Only 10 moves so far in this game.
Taba yi. Okay, that's apparently. I'm trusting that is how it's pronounced. Somebody's giving a clue.
Could I go for Bishop C5, but then Bishop B3 probably.
Bishop e3 is possible, and with an edge, an edge. Nothing. Well, we could take that. We could
You want to exchange everything here.
everything. Takes, and now Bishop c6. Because this is not a lot.
Yeah. Tend to agree with you. I played this with black as also. Yeah, not much. Somehow, maybe now that, Queen B4.
Queen
you
e7.
have, yes, you haven't
I go
castled,
Queen
yes,
e7
and
because
Queen E7.
I have no problem at all with
course.
putting my king in the center. I mean, I save time really in an endgame with my king already there.
And what I wanted to show you as well, we are already here, it's like there is this idea, for example, you exchange queens, so king e7 is actually very nicely placed there, and if you play f3, there's one strategic idea, of course, is to play g5.
Yeah,
here. So-
that's a very good idea. And you often disturb the opponent with g4. And sometimes you just keep it there to control some squares and
We
put
can
the,
also
put the
design
knight,
95, yes.
knight d7, knight e5, exactly.
Okay, so we'll see how they proceed. So Jeffrey Xiong is playing with white pieces against Vidit Santosh Gujratis. So what happened here? A very nice city indeed, yes. The London system, so c5. A very principled move against the London system. So e3, e6, knight d2, Queen b6. b1, bishop d6.
Bishop, oh, it's taken. That's, and going for an initiative. So that's curious choice. But maybe, I don't know whether Jeffrey's doing this sort of thing very often, but FIDE is a superb theoretician. So I think these type of structures, just some, you're playing on general principles. I think in general, look at the times. He likes to make a lot of moves very quickly. I have seen him whip out these immensely long theoretical variations, and he's got everything analyzed at home. Whereas here, he's, floundering a little bit. It's not that his position is particularly bad, but there is some danger of drifting into a position of inferiority.
Yes, let's explain what is the venom actually, what contains the venom of this variation, because black didn't go for this structure, bishop b4, e takes f4, and there is a reason behind it, because then white has quite an easy play, and the bishop on c8, is still...
For the moment,
yes, for the moment,
yes, it's not very active.
So for example, let's say if you castle, then you would castle and then go for knight e5. Or
yes, or sometimes knight b3 and putting a knight on d4. So it depends. Yeah, and you can play... sometimes it depends on black's setup. But yes, knight e5 is a plan. And I think it's just... here you go c3. You just control some squares.
And assure the position of the bishop.
And probably queen e2 and some moves like that. So we've got...
so that's why he actually castled. He didn't... But I was thinking White's idea behind...
We've got some more moves.
He takes c5, yes, let's have a... Is to play c4 and b4, I was thinking.
Yeah, he's gone b4
first. He's gone b4 first.
So he gains a tempo.
Okay.
He gains a tempo, and then with c4...
Okay.
Takes bishop. It's a queen takes.
You would think that black have played so many moves with the queen, like queen b6, then queen c5, queen c7, queen takes d6, queen takes d5.
But on the other hand, white is also not really gained that much in terms of time.
A2 pawn is hanging.
The A2 pawn is hanging. And you don't really want to put the bishop on c4. You could do that, but I don't think that's the ideal square, in general. Looks okay, despite black having gone round with his queen. He seems to be doing all right.
Nigel, I just wanted to check one idea that I had, is to play queen a2, because I think that to take on a2 is dangerous.
I'm going to play bishop b7.
Yes.
I'm going to ignore you.
No, I just wanted to show that probably after queen a2, I'm not sure. And even bishop c4,
I wouldn't touch that.
Yes, so queen a2, you simply play...
bishop b7 for the moment. And
so this is the poison pawn for the moment.
I don't know whether it's how poisoned it is, but of course I can sit here in the commentary and say, of course you don't take on a2. But Jeffrey has to consider this, because he might just lose an endgame after another 40 moves because he's lost a pawn. So you always have to expend some energy in assessing those moves, even risky-looking
of course.
moves like that.
Nigel, and another question, just to finish the review of this position, because a very interesting and typical strategical idea would be here to play bishop a6, I think. So then, well, you still cannot take because your bishop is hanging, and if you take here, I would play queen a6. And what do you think about this one?
I would say it's not necessary to take immediately.
But
so you could play rook c8, for example, first. Rook a to c8.
Yes, because I was thinking. And then history. Yes, this is not working probably.
Well, you can do it. I'll take on a6 and I'll play queen a8. Or I take on a6. I can take, and that's even better.
And queen a7 and simply.
Yeah, okay.
But then, how do you your pawn is hanging on b6? You need to be very careful.
I'll play queen c6.
Queen c6, knight d4,
queen c7.
And queen c7. Yeah, okay.
And it's more or less okay.
So Jeffrey is still thinking. Okay.
All right.
Then we would go to the game between. Okay, let's see what Rinat Jumanbayev is doing with white against Sam Shankland.
Okay. So. He's been one of the surprises, well, I mean, for me, of the event. I mean, he's done very, very well indeed, Rinat Jumanbayev.
Well, nerves of steel, I would say
yes.
He has. So b3, queen a5, d2, x1, and actually, yes, that's a very standard maneuver. Is to play queen a5 to bring the rook fc8, rook c1, and then to bring back the queen after rook c1, queen d8, and h3. That's the position on the board. White didn't play e4. So
and White's plan here, I think, is very, very slowly to advance, to take space. And let's go back to the sort of typical principles of these. Well, we haven't got the Maroczy bind. Maroczy bind is with e4. But for the moment, he's enjoying having his bishop on the diagonal. It's quite effectively placed. But to come back to these standard principles, when you've got a little bit more space, you keep the pieces on. The more black is able to exchange, then you would say his position is becoming easier. There's a lot of dynamic potential for black here. That very often he tries to get in. Well, typical idea is a6 and b5. That's a fairly standard plan, and he goes forward that way.
Do you think that black would continue with a6 here?
Yes. I'm not sure what else he's going to do, to be honest. I think you have to threaten to play b5 sooner or later, because what are you going to sit there for the next 10, 15 moves? Some people do this. I mean, I'm not joking either. There is a certain type of accelerated dragon player. It's not exactly an accelerator, it's similar, who they just like making moves. They don't like plans. All their plans are like 2 moves long, and they make a whole succession of 2-move plans. So
but
there are
on their defense, I would want to say that they know all the transpositions.
Oh, sure.
This is very important to which structure you need to transpose, which pieces they need to exchange.
It can be very effective, doing not a lot.
So, well, Sam Shankland is still thinking, so let's wait for his move. And we would go to the game. One game we haven't
right.
seen this one.
We haven't seen this at all.
We haven't seen this at all. So it was, well, actually, it was this move order, just to be precise. They were for Rogozin then, and bishop b4, c5.
Do you know this, Almira?
Well, I don't play this, but I certainly analyzed some games. But I had the feeling that this was, slight better for white.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it?
And then with very, what I don't like is with very easy play. Okay, you need actually some time. Black sacrifices even the pawn on d pawn. They need to play d4, but here. Rook d3. Okay, that's maybe that's an improvement. I haven't seen that's very important.
That's an interesting idea because this prevents black from pushing the d pawn in a very concrete way.
But then have a look, Nigel. Then not only rook d3, but of course followed like with queen b4 after knight a5. This. I'm not sure how to evaluate this one. So you have this knight d4.
I think and perhaps he's not even in a hurry to play his knight to d4. That, in fact, what White wants to do is he probably, he could play knight d4 and f3 and to go very slowly like that. Or he can castle and put a rook in and then put a knight on d4. I'm worried about knight d2. That knight on c4 can suddenly come into the position on d2 if white is not careful.
But
there's some little tactics, aren't there? I mean, but they're not quite working. All the time, we should just point out that white must consider the move d4 here, whilst that is
to open the bishop.
Not blockaded, but it doesn't work for the time being.
Nigel, I just wanted also to understand if, for example, bishop c4 was the positional threat. Even if I just played rook b3 with the idea, for example, let's make a move which doesn't have to do anything with the position. So this, and then rook a3, and then knight d4 and king d2.
Well,
what do you think? No, it's too slow.
It's not ridiculous by any means, but I'm thinking it's not a big deal. Can we just look at that position? So I play a6.
So knight d4.
Knight d4.
I want to play f3.
And let's say I put my bishop on d5.
Okay, then f3.
F3, and I'm going to play b.
You're going to play b5?
Yeah, I think I'm going to play b5.
And then I wanted to play king d2, just to...
Yes, I put my bishop on b7, and then I want to bring my rooks into the game. You can be better because you play e4 and then you can come round. You can be better.
And maybe can I bring my rooks first?
You can do that. Okay,
I just wanted to understand, but the idea was that if that was a threat, then maybe I should play rook fc8 and to take with the rook on c4.
It's possible.
So
I wouldn't consider it exactly a threat, but rook fc8 is probably a good move anyway.
Okay, and black is still thinking. But it's a very unusual idea. Rook d3, queen b4, and even like losing a tempo and going rook b3 back. So we will definitely keep an eye on this game. We haven't looked at this one. Okay, not many moves have been played. Only 11 moves. And both players spent half an hour for the moment.
Okay, so this was the
anti-Berlin.
Anti-Berlin, yeah. which of course has seen a lot of games.
And
interesting that he's capturing already.
that's exactly what I've said to myself. But okay, let's see. Because he definitely has a position in mind after bishop b3. Yes, castle. Right. So he goes for the traditional plan. Yes, knight of d7, knight f8, and then knight d6 or knight g6.
Maybe you can draw those beautiful arrows there.
Well, let's see. I think they've made some moves, yes, already, and knight f8.
Yeah. And this is a standard plan because the optimum square for black's knight is e6. I mean, he can't go there immediately because he's dropping a pawn. But from the e6 square, the knight controls a couple of important squares. So these are very, very typical ideas. It's probably just a little bit better for white, but you wouldn't get too excited.
You would want to play f4, but unfortunately this bishop on c5 is blocking you from preventing you. But if you go bishop b3, then bishop b3, knight e3, and knight e6, you're just in time controlling, as you rightfully explained, both squares. So, and here, this move could be considered or not, Nigel?
You could do that. I'm not sure you want to do that because, let's say, if I play c5, I'll just try and take some squares away. I'm not sure that the double pawns are to your advantage. Sometimes you feel double pawns are very good because
but you control this pawn.
You're capturing towards the center. But at the same time, it can reduce your mobility. And here you have a lack of flexibility with your pawn structure, and it's very difficult to make any breaks. And also your knight is not particularly well placed there, strangely enough, in that. Yeah, I would more likely take with the knight.
And then knight d6.
And I'd be looking for some g3 and eventually to advance on this side. That's what I would do.
Yeah, maybe this gives... Well, this continuation gives white a slight edge as well, because you don't have... You would have to play f6 at some point. Then maybe queen h5. Yeah. So
let's see what's happening to Magnus Carlsen. Have we ignored all?
Well, there is like one game we still haven't seen.
Oh, let's have a quick look and then go to Magnus.
Vladimir Fedoseev against Vladislav Kovalov. That's the opening. Somehow it's not the bishop b5 Sicilian, but
so it's a Queen's Indian of standard.
But with bishop b4.
Yeah. And takes. Oh, that's interesting. And then there is this... Well, hang on a second. If you need to go back here because there is a... Sorry, after castles.
Castle.
I mean, there is a line with some quite serious theory, isn't there? There is this... knight c3 here. And,
I know, after castle, you mean.
Yeah. Knight, no, not white castling. Now, before castling. Knight c3, knight e4, and then you do whatever it is, queen c2, knight takes c3, and then knight g5.
Yes.
This is this has been seen in some important games.
But somehow here I analyzed once again here d5.
Well, that's another story, but this is slightly better for white.
Yes, of course.
That is slightly... I mean, you don't have to do this. And queen c2, I mean, this with these games of Capablanca. There were a couple of games of Capablanca. Somebody will tell me where. Queen takes g5. Bishop takes b7. There's a threat of mate, we should point out.
Yes,
Knight
that
takes e2. Queen takes e2, and then knight c6, stuff like that. So
with compensation.
there is some compensation there, whether it's fully adequate compensation. It's a question. Could be a little bit better for white.
Then white went for castle, d6. So black opts for d6, probably queen e7, knight d7, and e5, not d5 in this position. So
yes.
Queen e7. He went for c5 here, because queen e3 was played, c5, knight c3, knight c6.
Very strange play by white, because this position really ought to be without any problem at all for black. It's the same comment I made earlier in whichever game it was, about this kind of structure, that white would, when you've got slightly more space like that, you want to have more pieces on. So unless there is a clear advantage for white, something immediate, then black is freeing his game. I'm not saying black is better. It's just that I think black is a very comfortable game and nothing to be concerned about.
And also what is important maybe to mention that this d6 pawn looks like a weakness, but it's very easy to defend it even with knight e8 at some point. So there is absolutely no way to increase the pressure. The d6 pawn, and you have to be careful about e4 and c4, of course. So then f3 was played, and then a6. You do not allow knight b5, of course, and you prepare b5 yourself. So white played a4 to prevent black
but
from
now
playing the.
There are typical moves like queen c6, queen c5, and so on. And
roughly equal. Yes.
It's roughly equal. I just would feel if I had this position with black, I wouldn't be concerned. I mean, you can try and move your knight around, maybe try and get your knight to c5 sometimes, and so on.
Now that you played f3, you also have to worry about d5 ideas. I think we haven't seen this game. Sergei Karyakin is playing white against Vladislav Artemiev. A lot has been played.
This is
in the advanced Karyakin. So knight f3, c5, the immediate c5, and take on d4. Nigel, what do you advise in this line? Castle, knight c6. You should never take this bishop, no?
No, this this is sharp stuff. I'm not up to date with this theory.
So I could check the game. Yes, this is a very concrete line, probably the home preparation from Sergei Karyakin. So
and it's all very, very heavily analyzed with engines, this stuff.
But interestingly enough, he is not taken with the pawn here because I think knight b3 and then... Yes, you're completely dominated on the black square, so he has to take with the knight, but then knight f5. And yes, and it was played, so he takes f5. He's going for the French structure without the bishop on e6.
And he's offering this pawn because he's hoping he will get... knight takes e5 is extremely dangerous. A big rook e1 looks like
b3, then
that could be
nasty. You're completely
indeed.
Dominated on the black square, so he has to take with the knight, but then you have bishop d4. Yes, and then and it was hanging. I don't see. You
don't want to do this at all.
So bishop b7, f4. Now he protects, yes, because probably now the pawn was hanging, so e4 castle, knight d2. Now I simply want to play knight f3 and to have this beautiful knight d4, like a very nice positional edge. So
Yeah.
Vladislav rightfully went for d4, of course.
Yes.
So, and knight f3 here.
Looks very minor. On the other hand, the bishop on e3 is extremely well placed and could be dominating. So let's say we go knight e6.
But he went knight e6. I just wanted to ask you, so this is probably much better for white.
The problem is you've got an immediate threat to the b7 pawn. And the rooks are coming into the board.
So that's why black went knight e6. So then take on d8, rook f d8, rook a d1. We are fighting for the control of the d file, rook a c8, and then Sergei took on d8 and bishop d8.
Yeah, because it's important to control the
b6 square also.
Well, no, it's to c file, because black has his rook on the c file. If black gets to play his king to e8, you would feel that he's doing okay.
But actually, it's what I wanted to say. It's not very often that you have, especially already in the middle game, 3 options of taking on d8.
Yes.
So even knight d8 could be considered, because, for example, if I wanted to control the d6 and to play bishop c5. So
I think there are some specific reasons why you take with the bishop, because I'm just looking at, for example, rook d1 there, and then we move the king across, king f8, rook, and rook d7. Well, you can always play rook c7 yourself, and this type of position. You can even get the advantage here with black if all the pieces are coming off.
But if rook d1, king f8,
if the rooks are coming off, the heavy pieces.
Nigel, somehow one of the lessons also is that you have to evaluate the activity of your own pieces when considering the exchange, of course. So
yes,
I don't like this knight e6. So what do you think about knight d4? Now that your king is on f8, I want to use this opportunity.
Okay, so I will take.
And bishop takes.
Okay. I can play g6.
You would still go for g6.
Yes. I don't want to give you a chance to equalize. You could even play rook c2 there, but I like g6. I just want to put my king in the center, the bishop on e7. If I can put my king on e6, I would say black is slightly better. So those positions can go that way. If white is not able to generate an initiative here.
And indeed,
my impression is that I'm just doing my amateur psychology, looking at the body language. I don't feel that Sergei Karyakin looks super confident in this position. He's not exuding confidence. Doesn't look like a man he's trying to find some slender edge and to continue to press.
And he's behind on the clock as well. So for the moment,
yes, he could get a worse position. He really could.
Nigel, one more game I was not sure about. That was the wait a second. Something I think. This one, yes, we covered. So then now we can go to the game of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. We left it at b6 and e4 was played. That was our rightful question. So bishop b7, I think.
And that's basically what I said, that he needed to keep that.
Attention, yes.
Yeah, he's keeping this one here because essentially it's dominating the knight. So although white is able to gain some space, as he did in a minute, if we move on.
And I wanted to take on d5 and to play e5. So what happened in the game then?
Yeah.
Rook d1 was played. Okay. And then knight a6, of course.
So he's kept that, and he's kept the
c4 pawn. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's also kept the square for his d7 square for his knight, which often it goes back all the way to e8 here. But he's kind of got an improved version of it.
But look, Nigel, actually they were going for the same structure as we analyzed, but here Magnus played a very interesting move. On c takes d5, he first played knight b4.
Yes.
Intermediate, queen b1, forced the queen on b1, but that's why I didn't want the rook to be here. And then he took on d5.
Yes.
So white goes for knight f1. There's nothing better here. Probably you go for h4, knight h2, bishop b4.
Well, he just needs to develop his pieces somehow, so bring out his bishop.
And bishop a6. Ah, okay. Maybe on a3 he has this. Yes, bishop b2.
And rook d2.
Rook d2, and then maybe I want to take this knight, actually. This and knight c6.
You could do.
I think this would be a very interesting maneuver. If you cannot settle your pieces somehow like this, I don't
That's
know.
what I would be concerned about.
You would be concerned about, okay.
Yes.
I was
don't
trying
know
to understand
how
this, yes.
serious that is. I'm not sure I want to exchange that.
No?
I think I want to just put my knight back on c6.
On c6
I don't
somehow.
like to give up my beautiful bishop. Why are you parting with my beautiful bishop, Almira?
Knight c6 then here.
Yes.
It was actually more of a positional justification because now that you couldn't take with knight f3.
But white is a long way from giving checkmate.
This bishop is not doing anything there.
But I'm playing b5 and I'm playing b4.
Okay. Play a few moves. You are going to be checkmated very soon.
Oh, Mira,
yes.
you're so unfriendly.
Yes, I'm very irreverential. It's just a few moves and then we will see. It could be very
I thought you were a
dangerous.
nice person, Almira. You want to checkmate me so quickly. And that's...
All the time. I just want you to realize that actually I could even leave this rook on a1 and then sacrifice almost everything. And this position has a lot of venom. You'd probably have to go.
I think, knight g5 is already.
Yeah.
It's already quite dangerous. So, okay. So let me.
That's why I wanted actually to play bishop b2 and to take this knight, which.
Not so sure. If I, sorry, I'll tell you what I needed to do. Maybe. I've told you the guiding principle of these variations is as follows. So you played h4 or a3 and h4. So let's have a look. And now let's play according to Nigel Short principles. I play my rook to e8, and after knight g5, I know that I can never ever be checkmated because I have a knight on f8.
But I would not start with knight g5, Nigel. You know, this like you were. Like,
you're not convinced.
I'm not.
You're not convinced.
I'm not cooperating. I will still go for knight h2 because I have this knight g4 idea.
Okay,
and,
then I push.
Yes.
Then I Pushkin.
Okay.
Pushkin.
Pushkin, knight g4.
Pushkin again. B4.
Bishop g5.
Yes, well, one can do this.
And I'm also concerned about like. In a longer term, they have this c5 square, which I'm aiming to.
Now I'm going to play bishop e2.
Okay.
Now I'm going to annoy you.
Now you're going.
Now I'm going to annoy you.
Oh.
Bishop takes.
Okay. Now I've lost a pawn.
Well, I annoyed you there, didn't I? Didn't I annoy you with that one? Yeah, you haven't lost a pawn. You can take. You can capture on e7.
Ah, yes, but I didn't want to. I wanted to open the H file, actually. That's you're a tricky spinster. Okay. But still, you have to agree with me. You have to meet me somewhere in the middle.
Oh. No, look, I mean, white has to play for mate. I mean, to be honest, because I think white needs to go and create some threats. So I think you're spot on. You know, whether that's the best way of creating the threats, I don't know. Maybe you don't go round the side with going via H2. Maybe you just, if you just, you know, one could go
Okay, H4, rook
H4, let's say rook E8. You might just play here and then
Knight E3.
Knight E3. Because I think the knight there probably has...
It's more flexible.
It's more flexible. Sometimes you're covering a penetration here. You might suddenly switch to the queen side. You're keeping things more under control, I think. The moment you start routing it round to H2, you basically have to give checkmate.
I agree with it. And actually, knight e3 is more flexible because I had another idea for black, maybe not b5, but to start with a4 first.
That's also possible.
And then knight a5, knight b3, or knight c4, and then b5 or bishop e2. But then bishop e2 looks logical, especially after playing a4, bishop e2, like, let's say, just to make a move, something. Just to take here, I will, yes, I will take, I have to take this... and then to play this stretch.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's quite sensible. But I'm just wondering about knight takes d5 if you get that, because sometimes one can get a very, very dangerous attack in such a way. Because we all...
You don't think I'm in time?
Well, you could be in time. I'm just trying to.
See.
I'm trying to bluff you. That's,
well, I will always call your bluffs.
that's,
years of playing poker have taught me something.
Yeah. Gosh.
Okay, and
I mean, e6 is dangerous, and bishop takes f7 check is dangerous. You know, and maybe it's all too much.
Yes.
Maybe it's all too much, but it's even that is not completely stupid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It gives a lot of interesting ideas.
This is Dubov style. And he's better on the board than in the commentary room.
Knight f8.
Yes.
Okay, let's go too far. It's like a very romantic continuation, like in the style of Renaissance. You know, basically, when the queen became, well, the queen that we know of, it became this piece during Renaissance. Yes. So at the beginning, like the Italian players, especially, they became so aware of the of how powerful is the queen. So basically the games they were playing at that historical moment is just they were trying to sacrifice everything and mate.
Yes.
So I like this historical period very much. So let's get back to the game. I think that Radoslav made a move. Do we have it on the board? And he played knight e3. And somehow Magnus looks concerned. Yes, he played knight e3 before developing the bishop.
Yes, so. Well, he's not. It's not clear what he's going to do. Maybe he's trying to anticipate, or to, let's say, induce Magnus to playing a4, because he will run out of moves if he doesn't do that. That could be an issue. Because if black plays b5, he's just going to leave the
Yeah,
knight.
of course, the knight there, yes.
Yeah, and he's not going to kick it. He's not going to provide a target. Black. This is quite a subtle. Yeah, but now. I can play a3 now, and is your rook well placed on c8? It's not clear. It's not clear, because now, if you once you drop back, I can possibly play this move. Just trying to control some squares. You've put your rook on the c file, but that is not necessarily that good. So anyway, Wojciech has had the same idea as me. He feels his knight is better in the center where it has more options. b3 I like because you're going to meet usually a4 with b4 and b4 with a4, and you're trying to keep things close. And this way you can also possibly swing the rook into the game, perhaps on the c file, perhaps elsewhere. But it's controlling some squares. And let's not forget that you may want to advance over here anyway. In general, that's nearly always a good move. h4 is always a good move. Maybe on move 1 sometimes. Did you try that?
But then we need to understand, I wanted to take this things away, how to continue here. But if I start with the move we suggested before, a4, so I would prepare. If you think that my rook on c8 is not placed, it's not useful for the moment, because it seems like such a natural move.
You just wait for a move. So you play h4. h4, that's probably the right way to wait.
And then... But then, maybe I should continue with the rook c8.
It's gone rook c8.
He's gone rook c8. Okay, maybe it's just a different move order which will lead to the same position.
Who knows? Possibly, yes.
But it seems such that this move is so natural.
It is very, very natural. So I have played similar positions, actually, strangely enough, from the French defense. Yeah, you do get them sometimes, but in some lines.
You also have this f6 idea. When the knight is on c6, you want to, for the moment that if you keep your bishop on c1, and for example, let's say rook c8, a3, knight c6, what I wanted to show that knight h3 is actually a very good move, because let's say h4.
Yes.
And black sometimes plays f6 to undermine this center.
Yes.
And then what I like about the knight e3, that somehow you could, maybe if you take with the bishop, play knight g4 here.
No, I'll take with the knight.
With the knight, okay.
I'll take with the knight. I'm going to... Oh, you've got knight g5 then. That's dangerous. It's dangerous.
So what I wanted to show is ideas.
No. Yeah, the ideas are good. Bishop e2. So watch out.
Bishop e2 immediately here.
Of course.
Yeah, there is a tactical refutation, of course, yes. So then I have to be careful. Okay, so Magnus played rook c8, and Radoslav is still thinking. Maybe then after bishop f6, if we could show something. So you wanted to take with the knight, because bishop f6 looks also very natural to me, especially if bishop e2 works. Then what would you do here?
Yes.
Your queen is a bit misplaced here.
Yeah, the queen is now misplaced. And bishop e2 is a threat. It is a concern. So
maybe not
it's a
H4.
it's a double-edged position, and I think this is what Magnus is looking for. He wants to create opportunities. He knows he's a better player than Wojtaszek, who's struggled against him a little bit. Sometimes it's the younger guys who have no fear that they cause more problems against somebody like Magnus.
But on the other hand, in this format, you have nothing to lose. Well,
That's not how people think.
What I wanted to remind you, of course, is I think that Magnus is the only player with a perfect score from both events. He won 4 of his games.
Right.
So, but this round is well, I'm not saying that he's feeling vulnerable, but this stage of the event is particularly dangerous for him because he lost also his match during the last World Cup at this stage.
Okay.
So even though he has a perfect score, I think that he wants to be solid. So during this game, so he needs to, not to lose with black, especially.
Well, we'll see. I think he's deliberately gone to create some chances.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think A3 knight C6 looks very natural to me, and then probably Radoslav is trying to find the continuation.
B3.
B3 here. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what. Yes, of course. That's what we analyzed. Yes.
Yeah, because if you try your little plan, let's say F6, bishop takes F6. If we can just show that.
No, but here, okay. Since I didn't play A4, maybe I should somehow want to switch for this
rook
one.
D2.
Then I take. Can I do it? It looks very strange.
You've got this tactic again.
Yes. Can I switch? I'm afraid that I could lose something to knight d5, maybe not immediately.
Yes.
But then
possibly bishop g4 or something here.
Now, immediately. Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to get a slight advantage there.
Just wanted to show that after this, probably bishop f6, and I didn't know what to do with the pawn. You don't bishop b2? And then knight g4. But then your bishop is hanging. It's some tactical refutation.
That's bishop takes d4 is possible.
Even bishop takes d4 here. Okay. So
yeah. These are the ideas. I thought that was the idea.
No, I wanted to take, but then I thought maybe you have some knight g4 and play in a positional way, sacrifice a pawn and play against the weakness on the dark squares. So we will see. Before we go on the break, I think that we should have a look at the game played by MVL. We left it for a while. Where is it? This is the position on the board. It's a very interesting position.
Is this... Okay.
No, because after knight a5,
yes.
h3, queen d6, rook e1, tuk, and bishop d7.
Tuk.
Yes.
That's a mode of transport, is it not? Take the tuk. I like that.
So left to Timbuktu. I was a bit surprised. That's why I was trying to understand, because he took with the a pawn.
No, that's quite normal.
Of course, but
you're opening up the line for the rook. You're tying black down to his a pawn, and your queen. You want your queen in the center of the board. You're controlling c4 as well.
This I understand, but you've explained everything perfectly, but then after 8xb3, the first move that I had in mind was rook d8, and then you need to calculate the line first.
Bishop g5.
Yes.
And knight e4.
Knight e4, this I have.
No calculations,
No?
just an advantage.
Yes, just an advantage. And then you simply take.
Yeah, well, it's not absolutely clear, but it's an advantage.
Yeah, I agree. Okay,
Yeah.
then bishop d7 was played, so bishop e3. Oh. He went for the pawn. Did he forget about this move, bishop c3? We forget sometimes.
No, I was, strangely enough, I was about to suggest it because you said the first idea is rook d8. And my first idea was bishop takes c3, exactly at that moment. But he's prefaced it with...
so it's sort of induced?
Well, because he's waited for him to put his bishop on
E3?
and now he's blocking the e-file.
Yes, but that's not the first. It's not an obvious move. For example, to consider here bishop c3.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, I was thinking about it, and queen takes d5. Mm-hmm. That was my absolutely first idea.
Okay, let's see what changes with knight d5 and then bishop h6 here. Rook f. But on the other hand, the bishop on d7 for the moment prevents you from taking with the rook on d6. So we have to go for something, let's say rook e8.
But wouldn't you agree that Maxime, he's a maximalist in that he tends to go to push his opponents. He likes to, play where he forces his opponent to find good moves. So he's grabbing something and he's saying, okay, show some good chess. Oh, you see. I mean, did he eat breakfast today? Did he eat breakfast?
But you're absolutely right. What I wanted to make an observation about Maxime is that very often he goes for these critical lines, and it's also because maybe he has this in himself. He likes to be precise.
He does.
So very often the concrete variation also force your opponent to be very precise.
That's it. Yes.
And then so he goes for this very concrete line, 93, and let's see.
And once upon a time he was a mathematician, wasn't he?
Of course. A brilliant mathematician. So
really?
Yes.
Yeah, this I didn't know.
He had to stop his studies.
He stopped his studies. He ended up with this board game.
Queen d6, I think, white, has
How
to
did such a brilliant person like yourself end up playing poker? Almira, tell me. Well,
because actually I studied. I was offered the possibility to play the international tournaments. I only played in tournaments, and I also studied the game. And the game theory also. What's from the mathematical point of view? So it was really very interesting. Did he take the rook on f8?
He's got to take the rook.
Yes,
he has no choice, I think, at this point.
Is there any intermediate move that we could think of?
But isn't he just better here? Isn't Praga just better?
Let's go. Bishop f8.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think.
But why did Maxime go for knight c3? Let's say I just wanted to check something. And then take on d6, and white is probably much better, no?
Well, knight, I'm not so sure.
But where then?
Yeah, where do you go? Knight c7, for example. Why? Why is that so good?
Something like this.
Yeah, but it's not checkmate now.
No, not at all.
Now I play f6. Now
I want to play for a long-term initiative.
No, I want to play for a long-term material advantage.
And rook d1, but probably
Yeah, bishop somewhere, bishop c, or maybe
where?
bishop c6. I understand you get some. Oh, that's annoying. I'm running out of squares. Queen c5, queen h5. And bishop f3.
Yes, and bishop. As maybe I was a little bit hasty here. Wait a second. After.
Could we
Knight
go with
g5 or knight d4. I don't know where to go.
What is he thinking about?
Maybe knight
Praga's
g5?
he's going to take that thing, isn't he? I think he's just slightly better. Why doesn't he take and then go knight d4, just like a normal human? I'm sorry, I'm going back.
No. Let's see.
I mean, this is all a bit speculative. He's having
Yes, of course.
a thing. I would have a think too. I mean, I'm not saying he's wasting his time looking at this, but I think at the end of the day, he's going to, well, I'm 2 pawns down. I'm going to take that.
But maybe he takes a few minutes to consider. Let's say the problem is that this is met by this, and I'm for
and
the
then
moment
rook e7.
and rook e7, and then and no, for the moment I can know.
Yeah,
that's
it's because bishops move backwards, which is very, very easy to forget sometimes.
so bishop b6.
Knight d4.
But you have to be careful somehow.
Yeah, I don't like. I just take a rook.
But this is also reverse psychology. He's trying. Well, he's thinking, like, what just happened? Maxim took 2 pawns, sacrificed in exchange, and then he's trying to understand. He knows that Maxim is very tricky.
Yeah,
So
but I think,
what did he miss? He's trying to understand if he missed something.
No, maybe it's something else that he wanted to play in a dynamic way today. So the line he chose is not super positional. It's playing for dynamism with his pieces. So. And Maxim has gone for neutralizing that.
But on the other hand, time is a very important factor, especially it gives away in what state of mind Maxim is. And he has 35 minutes on the clock, so he knows he's, in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that you go for something that you're... Yeah, you may be slightly worse, but he's saying, I'm a strong player, I've got good technique, I'll accept a slight inferiority here, but I'll make a draw. So perhaps that's what Praga is concerned about, that he's got the white pieces and he wants to make the most of it. And he may sense it's not enough.
And how to continue here with white? I think should he centralize his knight and play knight d4?
Yes, I think he does.
Okay, so let him think. And just to get
I think
back
we've
to,
got time
yes,
to have a look
for
at
small break.
maybe another position, and then we'll go.
Just
for a
wanted to
break.
show you that Radoslav went for b3, as you suggested.
I'm doing all right.
And another game, what was the game that we haven't seen for a while? Let's say Peter Svidler has this position for the moment. Oh, so black actually went for queen b6 and exchanged the queens, but here, when knight b5 was played. So it was already a different moment in the game. So for the moment they have this position. How would you evaluate this? What I like about black that they stabilized for the moment their knight on c5, and what to do with
So he
bishop?
did it. He managed to do this. So here he's...
Oh, you want to wait, not to take on g7.
Yeah. So how did he do this? So just let me. Which
Yes,
moment?
after bishop d2, h6 was played. So he a waiting move. So knight d5.
And okay, so
he waited for the knight to move on b5.
Waited for the knight to go out of the way, and then
queen b6.
Yeah, and that's a difference because the knight was actually quite well placed on c3. And okay, so white obtains long-term prospects, but in the medium term, short-term, medium term, his pieces are a bit clumsy. So if we move,
so he decided to take on b6. Okay, the e4 pawn is hanging, so bishop d3 is necessary. He didn't want to go knight c3 back. Because what can we have here? Simply knight a5, maybe. What do you think, Nigel? Knight a5 or even knight d7 is in the game.
Knight d4, I think. Well,
maybe maybe knight d7 is in the game because that was black's plan anyway. So. But Peter wanted to exchange these bishops, so he played bishop c3.
Okay, so he's nullified that pressure on the diagonal.
And he's, thinking for the moment. So,
so there is a question here that perhaps he just wants to take on g7. Let's look at that for now. Takes. And how is b4?
How is b4? So you want to prove that this is a better structure?
I'm saying that this is probably slightly better for white. Not too thrilling, but it feels that white has an edge.
But then do I have something else? Can I try a strange move, knight a4 here?
You can do what you want.
I actually want to replace it on c4 for them, like at some point. So
I might go rook d2.
Rook d2. Yeah, it's a very complicated position. But then, will you go knight d4 at some point or not? Or
If you play knight b2,
yes.
I'll definitely go knight d4.
Yeah, that's I start to...
I'm an annoying person.
Yeah, I start to know it.
Yeah.
I read you like an open book.
Yes, you do. You do.
Yeah, b4 is a very interesting idea. So...
feels slightly better.
Yes, maybe Peter is considering it right now. So should we go in a small break?
I think we should, because we need sustenance.
Some sugar, you mean?
Absolutely.
Sugar for the brain.
So coming up to a couple of hours, we'll take a regular break, and then we'll be back with the second half of the first session before the time control, and we'll be following it all the way up to the time control on move 40.
And just before we are going on the break, because I cannot, Peter made the move. I think he made knight bd4.
Okay.
He didn't take on g7 actually.
What a disappointment.
Or did he? No, he did. Yes, he went for this line and knight bd4, yes.
Maybe he's going to do it later. Maybe he'll push later with b4.
Okay, so
no need to hurry.
See you in a bit.
In a few minutes.
In a tad, as British would say.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Okay.
Okay,
They think
great.
we are
Well, we're
live.
back. We're back. We're back after that little break, and
With
we
a
missed-
huge mess. We're back with a mess.
We missed something, Almira.
Yes.
We failed, and we ignored your countrymen.
Yes, let's have a look at this beautiful game, because I was thinking there was one game that we missed, and actually we haven't looked at the game played by Etienne Bacrot and Pavel Pankratov. I was thinking should be some quiet game. Yes,
Of course.
indeed. Let's have a look at the position.
Very boring position. And look at it. What do we have here?
That's a total chaos. Actually, I happen to know something about this once again, a little bit about the theory, because French players play this variation from time to
Okay.
time, and especially in Rapid and Blitz.
All right.
So knight g2, first of course, Etienne doesn't go for the main line, e5, so he chose a very rare continuation, but
It's not that rare.
Yeah, but okay, it's quite tricky.
It's tricky. Yeah,
so knight
it's-
g2, I take
Yes.
a pawn, then a3, of course, is the theoretical continuation. What I wanted to show you that here, after bishop e7, I think that at some point I was really surprised a few years ago that I've seen this move.
Aha.
And that's a very interesting continuation, actually. And you go with your bishop on g2, then, you want to play against this knight. Sometimes you play
Yes.
h3 or g5. So even this exists here.
Okay.
So black went... and one important observation that I just had a look at Pavel Pankratov's games,
Yes.
and he plays this as white.
Really?
Yes, this is a very important piece of information. So I was not sure,
So
like if
there
it's
is some psychology.
yeah, had to look at his
or-
games with different colors.
Do you know sometimes people forget that?
I actually do.
Frequently that is the case, because especially in an event like this, you know that Etienne Bacrot will not have prepared for Pankratov in advance. It will have been during the course of this event. And sometimes you just prepare, okay, so I'm white in the next round, I will look at this. And I think you don't always go, you literally are going a day at a time, and you don't always look at the other color.
So in this position, what I want to be, even, for example, even this is playable, everything has been tried. So Etienne goes for a very interesting move, queen d3. So what I found is...
It's been seen, hasn't
Yes, that Pavel Pankratov played it himself.
it? Yes.
Queen d3, knight c6 is his game against Bartosz Sochko.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, so what the hell is going on in this game? So he played bishop f4 in this game, and which is the most used continuation here.
Okay.
Etienne won bishop e3, so castle long. And let's have a look at the chaos which appeared on the board a few moves later. So knight g4, h4. So I can, of course, I cannot move my bishop because there is knight f2.
Yes.
So
but
H-
here you want to play knight g5
Yes.
and checkmate.
H4 with the idea of playing knight g5,
g5 and
of course.
checkmate on h7.
So was black forced to play f5 here? So f5 was played.
Okay.
Knight g5
Anyway.
This structure is simply incredible. So h6, knight f3. So after this maneuver, my knight came to f3 and controlled the e5 square. So bishop g6, g3.
All right. So that is not a fianchetto. That's to control the f4 square.
Rook b8. Because I asked myself a question, actually, you need to create some counterplay. So you need to play b5, but you can't. So maybe rook b8 was played, and with this desperate idea of playing b5, c4, and b5 anyway.
Remarkable.
Yes, you have to go for
Remarkable, if I may say so.
So what happened here? Like, what happens? Are you? He simply wants to go maybe 97
Yeah,
and
well,
95.
he has to. He has
con-
to. And then get some activity that way.
Okay, so c5. Etienne didn't take. The pawn, bishop b7. I like the way he played because he one important principle that we learn as well is just to try not to give the counterplay to your opponent
Yes.
before you get to
Yes.
his king. So I like this c5 move, bishop e7, knight
Knight
f4.
f4. I like this as well. Pieces coming round.
And Pavel has to go for b4. He needs to open the position. And Etienne plays a very nice move, a4.
Of course, keeping the position closed.
So what would you play
So
here?
you go in
B3,
because
exactly.
you have to.
And now, because we haven't
Queen
seen,
C3.
we haven't seen all of the moves before, so I'm trying to understand also the
No,
sequence
because
of them.
knight b4 is a concern. So this one, at least, he moves the queen, and he wants bishop c4 or bishop somewhere.
Yes, but then after knight b4, what do? You take on b3 anyway.
It's maybe you take anyway.
So you take on b3 anyway. That's
Yes.
e6 is
Yeah,
so weak.
this is
Jesus
hanging.
Christ. Yeah, and there is no perfect way of sacrificing this pawn. Actually, I was thinking about activating the bishop, playing bishop b7 and giving it
Yeah.
all, but then you have queen e6, knight
Queen-
g6, everything
Crushing.
is crushing.
Totally crushing.
So after queen b3, well, first of all, queen c3, yes, knight f6 was played. The knight is redirecting itself towards these squares. Knight.
Okay. So now bishop b5,
And
knight e4.
And here we are.
Queen takes b3. And
And
my
I wanted to ask you a rhetorical question. Yes, who is better? Yes.
Well, it looks to me like white is winning here, or
Already?
white is well on top, or white is, I don't know.
But you have to analyze the immediate a6.
A6,
You have to.
knight 6, c6. And what do? And you resign. I crush you like chicken.
Oh, knight e6.
I crush you like chicken.
Oh.
It's big problem. No?
Russians never die.
Well,
what are you trying to imitate here? Some action movie, you know? It's like-
I don't know.
with very bad acting. Yes.
Very bad acting and even worse accent.
Then yes, we have to consider this knight e6, and I mean, if this works,
He's smashed. Isn't he smashed?
I have no idea. We have to look maybe at something concrete here.
Okay.
That's the only move I found
Oh, right,
not to lose
okay.
immediately.
Okay,
so
queen a2.
Queen a2, and then what do we do here?
Then you have to. Oh, I don't know what you do.
Maybe I can take.
Take what? On e6?
Yes, on e6 and pray.
Queen takes e6.
Yes,
and I don't understand how you're surviving.
I don't know.
Queen takes a6. I don't know. Can I do that? Almira.
If you're not losing your queen,
If
then
I don't lose my queen, which I probably am.
let me have a look. So rook f6, you still have queen a5. So, but can I give an intermediate check, and
you
then
can
you
do
don't
your little intermediate. King c2.
king c2, then rook f6.
f6, and then I play queen a7, perhaps.
And how are you not worried?
Of course I'm worried. I'm terrified. Rook a8.
Can I start with c6 first or not?
You can, but
Okay.
why do you want to? And rook b8. And a draw. Okay, easy draw. So we've got that sorted out. That's
No, but
fairly-
you definitely missed something after knight a5. I have the feeling it looks absolutely crushed, and so, but knight a5 is probably the only move
Yeah,
in this
of course,
position.
of
So
course.
then
Yeah.
queen a2, and then
You have to take.
I have to take, yes. So and then king h8. But, so how? Well, queen a6. We established that it makes a draw. Then do you have a more active continuation?
It's not so simple, this position. It's not so simple at all. I think he has to go like this, because the thing is, you can play moves like knight e5, but they're not that clear. I just take your bishop, knight e7.
You mean yes, to
Yeah, I'm just looking at variations. A takes b5,
Yes.
knight g6 check, and the point is king h7, and then if takes.
So
Well, if
queen takes.
you take on e7, I've got rook f6. That's the.
yes. No, sorry.
So
I wanted to show
that could be taking on f8.
Yes,
Is
so
not is
this,
not.
this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
And then taking on
dubious.
f8, and I take with the queen.
yeah.
And
So he's gone knight a5
not a6. He's gone.
immediately.
Could it be a simple transposition? Let's have a look.
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
it's not that here.
Maybe.
It's here. Knight a5. So queen a2 a6. But maybe queen c2 then, because we are not committing ourselves to the to taking on e6.
Well,
So if I
you
start
could
with
do
this-
that, but then many things are possible, and you've just got some sort of compensation, haven't you? Bishop c6 then. Let's say if I go a6, for example, bishop somewhere.
What about bishop? Now that you don't have knight b4, that was actually my point. I wanted to
No,
try
but,
bishop
okay,
d3.
but
No.
now I go knight b3 check and then queen e8. So we could have a transposition. He's gone knight a5, queen a2,
Okay.
a6.
So they're going for our line then. Okay.
All right.
Knight a5, queen a2, a6 was
Yes.
played. Okay, let's see if they're going for
Good.
this
Good.
crazy line.
Yeah.
This is a very exciting
No,
game.
it's tremendous.
Yes,
It's
so-
tremendous. So the question is, knight e6. I mean, that is the real question. We can't play bishop a6 because of knight b3 check as an intermezzo, which will cause some problems. So
I had one question, Nigel.
he's got up, by the way.
Yes.
You notice that. Sorry to interrupt, Almira, but he's just and that's a getting up and not dashing for the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a. I'm going to look down upon you with my arms folded and, I don't know whether it's a bluff or a degree of confidence or something, or I'm not that dissatisfied with my position.
Or the combination of all factors that
yeah,
you've
that's it.
mentioned.
Yeah.
But the
Because,
thing-
sometimes there are those bathroom moves where the guy makes a move and then you see him,
Well,
rushing off.
That could be actually the last bathroom break bit before the time trouble, because they've played only 21 moves. And look at Pavel's clock, only 24 minutes left in
Yes.
such a complicated position.
Yes.
So the question actually what I wanted to ask you, Nigel, if you are not going for the complications, would you make this move? I know it's a bit strange to give this bishop. but
That is
then-
an interesting idea, and I think
just to keep the tension.
it's
on the board.
well worth considering.
Because sometimes your opponent is prepared for a concrete line, and I'm pretty sure that Pavel has calculated everything.
I don't look. On general principles, you don't want to give up that bishop, but White's pieces are extremely well placed. So I think that looks like a very good idea to me. That's my initial assessment of that.
Because I was thinking the one factor which I was trying to take into account is the time trouble. So while anticipating the decisions that your opponent is going to make in the time trouble while calculating the concrete line, it means that maybe he has 5 or 6 moves prepared already.
Yeah.
So bishop c4 maintains the pressure, and I couldn't find like...
Can I make a completely insane suggestion here? I take your bishop.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You take back. I play a5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes e6. I'll play rook's b4. Rook b4. Now, if you take on b4, which is what I kind of expect, I'll play bishop e6. Is this completely ridiculous? Because I get some sort of positional compensation.
And so, even queen a5, you're
Queen a5, I'll play
queen
bishop,
d5?
Queen d5.
With rook a8, I was
Rook
thinking.
a8,
Yes.
I start to go. And I say, what's the object of the game of chess? To take pieces? No. Niet. Checkmate. Checkmate.
So the triumph of spirit over the matter. Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, these capitalists, they don't understand anything. But here we go, Soviet school, Queen d5, and we develop our pieces and we go for checkmate because your king is on c1 and he's going to be harassed, molested.
Okay, so this looks
it's not completely stupid.
No, not at
I
all.
do sometimes exaggerate, and I do sometimes put on this fake accent. But
on the other hand, it would be a difficult position to play in the time trouble.
Absolutely,
for both colors.
absolutely.
So,
Go for it. Go for it.
See.
Go
but
for it,
Etienne
Pavel.
still hasn't made a move.
No, he hasn't made a move. Right, somebody said that Yesipenko is winning. I don't know whether
Let's
it's
have
true.
a look. So we left this game at the opening stage. Just a second. Yes, okay. We were trying to explain the ideas in knight c3.
Right, okay.
So they went for bishop b6, take a5, so knight e2, a5.
And so both sides have blundered by moving their rooks off the f-file. Yeah, okay, that's...
Well, that's, of course, white used this moment to take on e6. So knight e2, a5, a4, and rook f8 back. So to improve the rook.
Yes. Yeah.
Knight g3, queen a8. We've seen these plans millions of times. So c3, knight d7, and bishop b3 here.
Okay.
So... Just let us, let's have a queen g6. Yes, sorry, because I frequently losing my ear. d5. And sorry, and we have a result. I think it's a draw. Yes, just
who made a draw?
Andreikin made a draw against Ivic Velimir, which is a huge result for Velimir with black, I would say.
Okay, we'll come on to that.
So what I wanted to say is that king h2, ed4 is ed4 and d5 is a very standard reaction, but here it gives up a pawn. So I wanted to know, like, what Daniel had in mind.
What's
so
his
queen
idea?
d5, bishop d6.
Yeah.
So knight h4 then. And he forced the queens exchange.
Forced the exchange of queens and King G1, and all you can say is there are two results in this position, and black winning is not one of them. That's,
But why did he go for this variation? What did he miss, Daniel? Because he always fights for the initiative, so I would feel, well, normally if you get this structure and like you're not losing this pawn, you're perfectly fine.
but
So
sometimes people who always fight for the initiative when you shouldn't be fighting for it. And that's not a facetious comment. That
No,
is
no, I understand, of course.
It's a very serious comment.
But
You know,
sometimes they have to fight against their own nature, yes,
Absolutely.
during the
Yes.
chess games. So very well played also on Isipenko
So
behalf. So
he's basically okay. Rook b7,
Rook b7 and bishop e5.
and according to Monatsakan,
Oh, I just have to improve my knight, and then
you improve your knight, then white is 2 pawns up.
it's okay. So
So look, Daniil Dubov is in serious trouble. It doesn't look dead lost to me. I mean, certainly if I would have this position with white, I would feel there is fight. There is, for the moment, there is a blockade
Yes,
with
that's-
the knight on d5. But
the knight
if-
on d5 controls c7. The knight on d7
Yeah.
also controls the invasion on c5.
But
It could go
if-
to f6
if,
sometimes. So
if white has time to consolidate, then you would say very, very good chances. So let's move on. We've got other things going on.
Have a look at this move, yes.
This is what people have.
they've
been-
suggested yesterday.
Yeah,
so we
people
have.
said things are going into the danger zone.
Right.
So
Okay, let's just a second. So we left it at here. Then a3, knight c6 was played b3 as you suggested. But then
Yeah.
Magnus went for the immediate b5, h4, and b4.
yes,
So he fixed the
Yes.
queen side and played the bishop b2
yes.
with the idea of taking on f3 and f6. Okay. So
Can I just make a general comment here? It's very, very nice that people are making comments in the chat. We warmly encourage it. Just please remember that commentators are also human beings, so please be polite. But anyway, we do like to see your comments, but please keep them polite.
polite, I think I would also add maybe elegant.
Okay.
So I think it's important also to choose the form.
Of course, of
And
course.
Thank you so much also for your kind comments and wishful thinking and inputs, insightful inputs. So f6. Basically, what I like we explained the position.
We managed to
We
get
managed to
more
get it,
the basic ideas, maybe not exactly in this move order, and this was another one. This was another of the ideas with Bishop G4 to.
But then immediately Bishop G4.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
didn't
no.
say-
It was actually one of the ideas. Yeah.
Bishop G4 f5 and then this move, knight f5.
Oh,
Look at
wow!
this, Nigel. Yes,
Wow.
this is what I
Yes.
wanted to show you. Knight f5, Radoslav goes for it. Bishop f5, and rightfully so, because if Magnus sticks to his piece, I believe he would be in real danger here. Because what do you do with this?
Very, very dangerous indeed.
Mm.
So he's just gone.
Before analyzing the response of the world champion, I wanted to ask you, Nigel, one question, as
Yes.
I usually do. This you will not consider.
Look, I would consider it, and I would reject it because
On what grounds? Yes.
I would, on the following grounds that you have only 2 knights, and I have I have rook and 2 pawns. So let's say that is a nominal material advantage. But I think you will have great difficulty erecting a blockade. You want to somehow blockade on e6, but I don't think you're going to be able to do it. I will put my bishop on b2. I'll protect my d pawn, and I will advance steadily with f4 and so on.
And f5. So yes, that's exactly what I wanted. But and rook c1 is coming, with a very difficult pin. So rook c1, rook c2. Yes, you're absolutely right.
So this looks inadequate. I mean, these are moves you have to consider with black, but I think he's in huge trouble there.
Okay, then Magnus played bishop h4 with only 15 minutes left on the clock.
Okay.
Is he in trouble here?
I suspect that Magnus is in trouble.
So what to do after bishop h4?
But. Now is the question.
We have to analyze the concrete line, no? What is happening after bishop h7? Yes.
Yeah.
King h8.
King h8.
And do we have something more here? Because we cannot take the bishop.
It looks very, very dangerous to take the bishop.
Of course. So then maybe Magnus has found the best continuation in the position.
But I have a question. What if I put my bishop on f5, or does this not work? Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I'm not fast enough. Let's have a look.
You mean bishop f5?
Bishop f5
here?
now. Queen g5.
You're giving...
Yes.
You want to take on g3?
Yes,
okay,
of course I do.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so you're mating me first. Okay, what am I supposed to do here?
And this is a very Magnus-y thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Nigel, if I play king f1 here, I feel that computer is laughing hard here. But
I like it when the computer laughs at us. Queen h5.
And queen h5, okay. I think Magnus is actually absolutely right. I mean, to sacrifice at this point because he is using the moment while
because
queen is stuck here.
He's basically strategically busted.
But on the other hand, look at these pieces.
Yeah, but now if he gets this position, he's just mating, isn't he? So, queen h1 and rook takes f2. It looks very, very dangerous.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Queen g5 is a terrifying move. So we have no time for bishop f5. But as white, could we... Actually, I rejected the same on these grounds, queen g6, because I thought that black would exchange queens here. So there is nothing...
The problem is the rook is going to be hanging. But I'm wondering, what if white plays rook d1?
Here?
Yeah.
I mean, after queen g5.
Or rook, rook d1.
Okay, rook d1. So
I mean, strategically, you're saying you've got lots of pawns and you're doing okay. You go bishop d8.
But on the other hand, you have king g2 and rook h1.
Yes.
So then it's such an interesting position. There are so many defensive resources, but also attacking ones.
Okay, king g2.
King g2, because I will always protect my pawn by playing bishop b3 here, not bishop b2 anymore.
Yes.
So how?
Knight e7, for instance, here.
And knight. Okay, this I have to continue. No, like this.
I don't know whether you need to continue like.
No?
I don't know. I don't know. I think you might just go back and the game continues. You might just play.
Just bishop b3. You don't want to improve.
But okay. I mean, black has a nominal material advantage, and maybe, you know, if you, although white has some trumps. I really hate to use that word for the last few years. White does have
some jokers.
Yeah, assets.
Yes.
White has some assets here. One feels that black may be able to arrange a defense.
I didn't want to allow knight f5.
Yeah.
I mean,
For example. You see, even that is not completely clear, but yes, you may be able to do that.
And Radoslav is still thinking, yes? We haven't seen a move on the board. Somehow he still has 28 minutes on the clock, and what else can he consider here, if not bishop h7, Nigel? What would you do here? What are the move candidates, actually?
Yes.
We went for the straightforward,
Yes.
for a very straightforward line. So we need somehow to deal with these pieces.
Well, I've got a question. Maybe not a very good question. I think I have to take on h7.
You have to, yes. And then,
but then what is my follow-up? That is indeed.
but then, can you do your move here, Nigel? Because I wanted to play queen g6, then queen g5. Can you first play
king g2 or rook
rook
d1?
d1? Can you play this first?
But then you start to look at sacrifices on e5 or on d4 or something. Maybe knight takes d4 is a good move. Rook takes d4, knight takes e5. And am I not coming out?
This is so obvious.
Sorry?
Is this so obvious?
Well, I'm
King
fairly-
g2 here?
King g2, queen f6. No, I can't do that. So
No.
I play king there.
Yes, but we because first, of course, we want to. I had to show like this line because we need to show.
Yeah.
Then it's white is completely lost. That's why king
Absolutely.
g2, and then how to continue here? Because I wanted to sacrifice something on f2, but I always have rook
knight
f4.
f3. I don't know.
Knight f3 still.
Rook f4. You may.
I still
white-
have rook f4. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Could be okay. Could be okay.
So maybe we simply improve like this. Yes. We could play in a positional way. Bishop h7 and then
Yeah.
rook d1.
Yeah. Look, this is very exciting,
Yes.
but I think there are a lot of things going on in different
Yes,
games.
just to show that we have another result. Sergei Karyakin made a draw against Vladislav Artemyev, so they probably exchanged the rooks. And yes, they did. Here,
Okay.
after in the position that we analyzed, and simply
some shuffling
Yes.
around.
brought their kings.
And black was better. Black was better, but it didn't matter because it was an insufficient advantage.
So draw was agreed
A
here.
draw was agreed.
Then we have. Let's have a look. Nigel, this is the position in the game between Pragnananda and MVL right now. Maxim transferred his knight Well, in a very interesting manner, he played knight d5, knight f6, and knight e4. In this, only a few moves have been made actually after
Yes.
knight d4.
Yes.
Then a5, rook ac1. As usual, I have a question. Because I would want to
Yes.
play b5 and b4, and I think that's why he played Maxim a5, because he wants to play b5 and b4, and yes, to ensure the stability of this knight. But then he starts with a5.
I think the problem was rook a6 is the answer. To
you
that.
mean if I would start with b5 here?
Yeah,
yes.
that's the logical.
So b5 and
rook a6. Did I answer your question, Almira? I think I may have done.
Yes, rook a6, yes, is a very strong move. So you need to start with a5. What was played? Rook ac1. So I'm no longer in time for b5 and b4. So knight d5, rook d1, rook a6. You need to protect this pawn. And what to do?
So what did he do? Knight b5 or something?
No, rook d2 he played, knight f6. He wanted to play rook c7 and to invade the 7th rank. So, and knight e4 here. That's the... Maxim is trying to use some tactical tricks in order to transfer the knight to c5.
So it's an invasion of sorts. Rook e2.
Rook e2, and now if knight c5 here, then...
You can do that. You can do it. And maybe I can't...
And that's a very useful move, a5 indeed, because you also...
controls everything.
Control b4, and my knight is looking good on c5.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting play. So maybe he's justified his position with some tricky tactics, which is...
yes, maybe he missed knight e4.
It's possible.
Do we have another result?
We do,
yes,
by the looks of things.
So, is it a draw? Did I save against Kovalov? No, he won.
Wow.
So let's have a look. He won, yes. And you said that this position looked innocent. You remember this is the d6, b6?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look how things happened. No, we left it somewhere here. Yes. Okay, let's see. This was rather normal. a6, a4, rook d2, h6, rook d1. Perfect play from both sides. So actually, what happened here? And he started...
Okay, so...
to
push,
yes, on the king's side. So g4 and h4, yes, is coming.
So that's it. He keeps the grip in the center, and in fact, he has a shortage of plans. So this does make some sense.
But what happened then? Queen c5, knight e2.
Yes.
So why wouldn't you trade here?
I think because you're slightly worse if you do that.
So
let's say I take with the rook. Not sure, might even take the other way.
You mean knight d4?
Yeah.
Both possibilities exist here. And then yes, e5 is also coming.
At some point, yes, I want g5 and then e5.
Yes, but it will be impossible for you to unpin Nigel here if e5 is coming, knight e8, and then that will be a terrible pin. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Queen a5, queen a3, queen c5 back, so black is simply waiting, knight d4, improving the knight, and f4. This is such an interesting strategy. Simply suffocating your opponent.
It's the 4 pawns attack, I think they call it.
And he actually... He
gave
a very... all the squares.
Okay.
He went for e5, e5...
Which, and now the thing is, his knight is out of the game on h... on... So, get the pieces off, and this is an overwhelming position because that's crushing. Just
Yes.
crushing.
So G5. No, I just wanted to show, of course,
Yes.
that this even runs into this.
To
Yes.
this and time to resign.
So G5 takes and knight D7 anyway, so he lost a piece.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a very fine win by Vladimir Fedoseev, and
Yeah.
we misjudged.
Well, I'm not sure whether we misjudged it or Black didn't play in the most accurate way. I still stand by my earlier assertion that Black had a perfectly satisfactory game. I think he just didn't respond in the right way.
Okay,
Let's have a look at some other things.
Then, okay, let's get. Yes, we haven't looked at Sindarov, Javahir Sindarov.
Yeah,
game,
somebody's
I guess.
screaming that we should see this. I
Yes,
don't know why.
yeah, we left it at a very positional moment. You know,
Yeah,
when
it's not that thrilling, but
yes, knight f8 was played. King h1, of course, with one of the ideas
Yes.
is to play f4. So f6, f4. Javahir played bishop b4 and bishop d2. Okay, you cannot give this bishop, of course. So queen d7.
Let's get to the final. Let's just get the position.
That's the position on the board right now. Bishop f8 and c4.
So he's winning something or not? Knight d6? Not really.
Yes, because you want to. Well, like I can take
Here and
some
take
of
on
the
c4.
This pawn.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why that's so exciting.
c4.
Okay,
still-
somebody's claiming.
But queen d3, is it possible? No, or we lose something.
I take your knight.
Yes, sorry. I was, of course, analyzing these threats, but you can take the
well,
knight
it's also
immediately.
good.
Yes.
Knight c1 wins as well.
Knight
there.
c1 wins as
Yeah.
well, yes, of course. So then c4, knight d6, queen c2, and rook f8. This is the
there
position
are
on
apparently
the board.
blunders everywhere.
During the round?
Somebody claims, so
What should we look at?
Pankratov blundered. Let's have it. That was exciting. Let's go back to that.
Pankratov blundered. Oh my God! So what happened since we left this game?
We have no idea.
So they went for this variation actually, which we were trying to
Go on.
assess. So sorry.
Oh, we're doing well on the predictor move.
No, wait.
We got loads of moves. We got
Yes.
the whole flipping lot of those.
That's what we analyzed. And
Yeah.
bishop d7. That's
that's the move.
that's the move that we haven't
Considered. No, we
yes.
didn't. That's correct.
So
okay.
rook f6 and knight e5.
Well,
Oh God, this Etienne came up with a very interesting idea. So if rook e6, we simply go
f7.
knight f7. Then
this is
okay, king h7 and knight d8, and then we simply take the rook.
have you got something for a headache? You know, I kind of need it when I see moves like knight e5 here.
Knight e5 and what would be so knight f7 is, but knight f7 for the moment is not
No, it's
the
not a
immediate
threat.
threat. So we need
Maybe h6 is a threat, or the interesting thing
Which one
is,
you mean?
Sorry, h5 is the
H5,
threat. Sorry, I was thinking of, if now king h7 in the final position, king
King
h7, yeah, you can play queen takes f5 check is interesting. Takes, and then we take on e5, and that look fe4, and then check, and then with knight on e5 is.
Oh, it's not
where
so
do you go?
easy,
You
to
go
find the square.
g8.
Yes, g8, and then
Yeah,
you want it to
yeah, looks good for white.
but it's
It's not over.
no, but this is. I think white has tremendous initiative.
They're saying
and
Carlsen
mage is better.
game. I don't know whether that is gone.
Okay, that's
Oh,
the
he took
position
it.
on the board. So he took g takes h4, queen takes h4, 14 minutes each, and 16 moves
What's he going to do?
or 15 moves. I don't know how many moves they've played. 25 moves they played. Okay.
How is he going to defend himself there? I mean, serious question. How is he going to defend himself?
Did we have a look at this move?
Knight takes d4.
Yes, knight takes d4. We need to show it.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f3 is a huge threat, and there is absolutely nothing we can do because
The point is as follows: bishop takes rook.
he goes for.
He
what
gave a
did he do?
check. He gave a zwischen check.
So, king h8.
And now he wants what? Queen d3, I guess. I'm guessing. What else?
Yes, queen d3 was played actually. Yes, you need
Yeah.
to.
And now the question is knight takes e5 or something?
That we calculated in the previous line. Yes.
Yeah, is that going to be good?
This one?
Let's go for it. It's analysis. I can take my moves back.
Yes.
These guys can't because
But Nigel, here maybe I have queen g3,
knight f3 check,
knight f3.
and you might be able to take it. Can you take it?
What do you mean?
Because queen takes.
there's
F3.
no mate. That's what you wanted to show.
Oh no
Okay.
no. We've
Oh.
got. Yeah, we have to do it that way. Yeah. Is there
Let's see, check.
king f1?
King f1. I don't have rook h3. Okay.
Interesting. Interesting.
But then even
So-
king
so-
g2, like what's
No,
happening?
king g2. I'm going to
You're,
crush you.
you're crushing me, yes?
I crush you like chicken. Queen e4.
And queen e4. But
I
then
don't know what I'm doing, by the way.
queen
I'm
g5.
talking rubbish as usual. That's.
I don't know. I don't know what is the position on the board.
I crush you like chicken, but you're winning,
So,
or not. That's.
but then Magnus is still thinking, yes? After queen d3.
Yeah, that's actually an issue. Bishop e6 check is an excellent move. Apparently, they claim that knight takes e5 was
Like
winning.
our
It-
analysis
it's,
is winning, yes?
No. I mean, instead of queen takes h4, very, very strange.
Instead of queen takes h4. Okay, this is why.
Yeah, no idea.
But then I think we should consider this, yes? What did we do here?
Queen g3, of course.
Queen g3, yes, that's what we analyzed. And then maybe not knight f3, because I believe that the position, our position was winning for white. We need to have
Need
a
to
look
find
at,
a move
yes.
here. Queen
But
e4.
Queen e4, yes, that's your move, but we keep our knight on e5.
In an improved version, because if bishop d5, then I shall play, queen e1 check, king goes, and rook takes c1.
And that's a much better version.
Well, that is a
So queen e4 is
Yeah,
probably the
difference.
best move in this
Yes.
position. So knight e5. Magnus is still thinking.
yeah.
Okay. And look at the time. 11 minutes in such a complicated
Yeah.
position.
Well, there's also
Nigel.
rook. Yeah, there's some.
Is there something else? He certainly is calculating knight e5. But he needs to be sure. So knight e5 takes, and queen g3.
Taba
Okay.
is winning, apparently.
Okay.
Let's check this.
That's
Oh,
the
right.
game.
Yeah. Well, let's.
He sacrificed a pawn in order to probably yes, to get his king to.
He's probably winning. It's a huge positional advantage. Let's leave it at that. So, black is a pawn up, but his knight is, and also the a pawn is so weak. So, doesn't matter. clear advantage and very, very unpleasant position for Harry. Next.
Okay, next is yes. I wanted just to show you a draw. That's the position. So
Okay, that wasn't.
they repeated the moves.
Yeah,
So
that wasn't
that was the
super
draw,
exciting.
and then let's have a look at the game. What is? Let's have a look because no, Nigel, because players are discussing something. But what happened with an arbiter? Because we have it on the screen.
Yeah, this
was
is
there a claim for
MVL? Don't know what's happening here.
knight d4? Did Maxim claim something? Let me see. So knight e4 was played, knight c5, knight f3, bishop b6, knight d4,
Okay, that looks like.
bishop d7. Is it the threefold repetition?
I don't know.
They're waiting actually, because normally when you make a claim for the threefold repetition, an arbiter sends a request to the computer analysis, for the computer analysis, and they need to confirm it. So was the clock stopped? Yes, they're
know.
actually waiting.
I don't know.
I think Maxim claimed the threefold repetition. So
Yeah,
we need to have the
Yeah.
confirmation.
I think FIDE needs to change the laws actually on threefold repetition. I mean, the law is a very reasonable one, but the manner of claiming a threefold repetition, I think, is completely antiquated, because they say you have to write this down before repeating a third time. Well, first of all, it's illegal to write down a move before playing it. The score sheet is there to record the moves that have been played, not to write down intentions. And I think it's better just to play a move on the board and stop the clock. That is the simplest way. And I have been arguing with arbiters for years on this subject. And it's overdue, this particular change in the rules. It's the simplest way to do it.
Well, while the players are waiting, I wanted to check the game between Jeffrey Xiong and Vidit Santosh Gujarati. What do you think about this, Nigel? That's the actual position on the board. So Queen c7 was played.
So the question is, if Queen takes c7 and Rook d... No, it's not,
No,
because the
cannot.
Rook take the pawn. If we take the pawn, that's the end of the problem. So I think they have made a
No, I mean...
draw. It's a threefold
Yes, so the
repetition.
threefold repetition.
So MVL. I need to
And
write
I'll
down
make the
some of
draw.
these results, actually. So
Nigel, here you're simply losing the a6 pawn. Then if
yeah,
you-
yes,
so
and then that's
it would be a different story without these pawns, e4 and e6. But then, okay, Queen a4 was played, so he needs to keep
he
the
needs
queens
he
on the
needs to
board.
keep the a pawn to do that.
Okay, another game we haven't looked at.
Yes.
It's Nodirbek Abdusatorov against Vasif Duraybarli. That's what I actually realized.
Oh, gosh, gosh. Also, somebody seems to have an extra rook.
Queen b3 in this line. Do you know something about this, Nigel? It's like g3, bishop g4.
No,
I'm not familiar at all
No.
with this. So then
No.
knight e5, bishop b5, and queen b3 here. Probably provoking the standard idea, queen b6. I mean,
okay.
I don't know, like queen b6 was played, and then
Yes.
c takes, queen b3, and knight takes. So
It's
bishop
strange.
g2, e4 is the threat, but then knight b4, castle, knight c2, and rook a4. And what? Look at the moves that were played:
Yes.
f6,
E4
e4,
is
and
really-
bishop c8.
The most obvious. Just-
This is
I understood that.
this is modern.
Yeah.
Yes. Era like of knight f6 and bishop b6 back.
Okay.
So let's see how he won in exchange. Actually, so he
He
sacrificed.
sacrificed
yes.
in exchange. Yes.
Bishop e5.
All right. People are calling out things. I just want to say again, although we've got a lot fewer games, things are happening very, very fast. It's not always possible. You may have a zillion screens open and some people may be concentrating. It's not that easy to give insightful comments and on all the games simultaneously. So we will miss things. So we can look at the in a minute.
And we'll get
look
back
at,
to Magnus gaming.
and we'll look at the Idani game as well. So this looks like White has very, very good compensation here. Although he's got a slight issue with the rook g8 is
rook g8 was
just played. So
look,
and he's pinned as well.
So maybe
so not so simple. Now once the rooks, he's got the pawn blockaded, and there is a nasty pin on the d file. I think that's one of the big issues.
And he's very short on time.
He's very short on time. Yeah, the big issue. That's a magazine in London. Did you know that? It's for homeless people. It's called The Big Issue.
Sorry, didn't know this one.
Okay,
but let's get back to. Okay, what happened? I still have the.
Gosh.
This.
Golly gosh.
Okay, that's what happened. So Magnus sacrificed on e5. Okay, we have to have a look at this. So, and queen d5 was actually played. He didn't play queen g3.
Very strange choice.
So is he winning?
Magnus.
Why did we want to play queen g3? We wanted to keep it...
we wanted to attack the queen.
So maybe he's going for this variation.
He's going to take.
Yes.
And bishop c8.
And also to keep these ideas in mind.
Giving checkmate. There is a logic there.
So what would be... should he go for it or do we have a better move? And also the queen protects everything here, yes? Magnus is down to 8 minutes and he goes for knight f3. Okay, so maybe
that's going to be taken. That is for sure.
There is no other move anyway, no?
It looks like...
because otherwise you are getting mated, yes.
Looks very matey.
So let's have a look at this. And for the moment, the black queen is controlling the d8 square. So after bishop c8, what is he going to do?
Just wondering, does he have something very, very clever like rook c3 or something? I mean, is that...
you want to take on c1 and then queen g5, queen d2.
Yeah, probably doesn't work. You're probably you're probably going to play. Yeah, but is it? Does that make sense?
Let's see. Well, we will find out in a second because I think that's the line which was played anyway. So Magnus. Does he look worried? No, he plays rook f8 actually. A very safe move.
And he's asking...
Where is the bishop going?
Where is it going? Where goest thou?
Well, I have to bring it back to the defense, so I should go bishop b7.
Okay, now I'm going to play queen f6.
And
what's your move?
It's queen f6. Yes, rook b1 runs into queen g6.
Yes.
Okay, but why can't I play bishop b2 then?
Sorry, what?
Bishop b2,
queen g5.
Yes, and bishop g2 is running. Yes, and bishop b2, queen g5. Okay. I understand this. So, do we have a move here?
Rook A2. You can
Rook
play
A2,
it. Yeah, you can play, and maybe even the other one.
What happened? We have a result
It's
in the
another,
game. Yes,
Grishchuk.
Alexander Grishchuk made the draw. Okay.
Grishchuk, yeah.
So you see, they went for this, like, because we knight c4, bishop b7, and at some point they've exchanged a lot of pieces. So that's the game our audience requested us to look at. So Duda Jean-Christophe is white against Puya Idani. And what happened here? That's the Najdorf where he probably managed to exchange the queens.
Fedoseev won, didn't
Yes,
he?
Fedoseev won, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So he managed to get the queens off the board, but somewhere later in the game, and that's the actual position. They reached the move 40.
Okay. So there was a Win missed on move 31, apparently. Idani missed a move Queen G5. Somebody said so, I think so.
Where? Which?
Move 31, somebody said, if I recall.
Queen G5 here. For white, yes. He had to, because like Queen F6 is a threat, so you have to... That's probably...
maybe he missed Bishop takes B3 immediately or something. Is that it? Is that what he missed?
You mean here?
And then, no, after Queen G5, just... They say black missed a win.
So
here.
Bishop B3, then... what if A takes B3? How do we mate here?
I have absolutely no idea.
No, probably Queen A5, no? What do you think?
Oh gosh.
Because then I cannot see a defense.
That's pretty dangerous. So Rook A2.
But then Queen C3.
Queen C3, Rook B2.
So Queen D8 is still to be considered. Then
you've got check and check, King B1, Queen A5, and then Bishop C4. It's too much for you. It's Abhijit Gupta. Does he know anything about
winning.
chess? I think he does.
It's winning, yes.
Yeah, but it's a very difficult line. Yeah, well, Bishop B3 is obvious, but unfortunately the continuation is less obvious.
Peter Swidler made the draw. So just that's the final position. They made the draw on the move 30. King E5. I'm not sure that King E5 was actually played. Yes. Why not?
Against Vikchigov? Probably not. I'm sure it wasn't played.
Yes, but you have to move. You have to make move number 30. You cannot make a draw before.
Yeah, well, I suspect you.
So a lot of draws today for the moment.
Apparently, there was a Queen A7 check somewhere instead.
Not Queen A5, but Queen A7.
Yeah, something.
Probably keeping...
Knight B3 and Queen A7.
Yes, and Queen D4.
And Queen D4 and takes on B3.
Yes.
And that's... okay, let's have a look. Let's go back because it's very beautiful. Okay. And then we're going to have a look at that. So
what did we miss here? So here, Queen A7.
Yeah, so you go... you go Rook A2.
Sorry, Rook A2, yes.
And then Queen D4 check, you have to go, and then Rook takes
because
B3.
The Queen protects on D4, this Queen D8. That's the huge difference compared to the variation.
Yeah, you go, and now Queen back, for example, Queen D2, and then Rook takes B2, takes, and Queen A4 check. It wasn't trivial. But this is very nice geometrics actually, like Queen A7, Queen D4, controlling all the square. Beautiful,
it's very
beautiful stuff.
It's a very beautiful line. Yeah. So, what I wanted to show you is maybe we should get back to Etienne Bacrot for a moment, because I think that there was no move made in the game played by Radoslav and Magnus. So bishop g5, that's the position on the board. Look at it, king on a3.
And bishop g5, yeah, the most...
What is... Wait. How did they get? Because
I don't know.
But look, Nigel, rook b2.
Oh, God. Yeah.
King b2, queen b8. So he get his queen out of the way.
Yes.
So rook e6, bishop b6, queen b6. But,
Hilarious. Brilliant.
well, but this is such a resourceful defense. I don't know,
Yeah.
like, what is the evaluation of the position, but queen
Yeah.
b8, queen b6 maneuver is just...
Great.
And bishop g5. So what do we do here? Why can't we take knight g5? And
So h takes g. White looks like he's winning somehow. And white looks like he's going to convert.
and then if...
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just bishop somewhere, bishop a2 or something.
Yes, and with a lot of threats. Yes, and opening the e file is actually could
Yes.
decide the game. What I
Yes,
wanted to say.
something like
So-
that.
But then what do you do?
I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have a choice. So it feels that
Yes,
white
they
is
went for
clearly
this
on top.
variation, and Etienne looks confident.
Well, he's got a good position, I think. He's got a good position.
He had such a good tournament in Paris. He didn't play for a while, and he played in tandem with Vladimir Kramnik, where Vladimir
Oh.
destroyed his tournament.
All
Where
right.
Etienne finished, I think, the tie for the third,
Yeah.
and then
This looks just winning. I think rook d3 is
Vladimir entered.
even winning here. Just rook d3.
but he actually
He's got
played
rook
rook
d1.
b1.
Oh,
Rook
sorry,
b1,
sorry. I'm messing out. So he went
Rook b1 and
Yeah.
g6 was played.
right.
Yes.
It should be winning. Should be winning. Check, and then check is just killing, isn't it?
You
Or
mean
not?
rook b8, then king g7?
Rook g8.
Can I go here? Because your bishop is still hanging.
Rook
and then
takes g6.
rook takes g6, yes.
I'll show you my tactical skills
Yeah.
there.
No, sorry. I'm starting to get tired. So then check. The only move is then king h7. And then bishop
After bishop
g6, then king g7.
Yeah.
Just,
Apparently, after bishop g5, bishop takes c5 check was the only move.
here there was some tactical refutation.
Yes.
But to what means? Like then do you do what?
I've no idea.
Like even here, is it?
Queen takes, yeah, and then what? King,
sorry,
check.
Check, yes.
And then my king goes, and then check, bishop g8, check.
Yes. And then,
King, you have to go back
yes.
because you can't go up. If you go up, h5 check is winning.
No, because I wanted to play h5 here.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
And then
Check.
you're probably
Almost,
mating
I
me,
don't
yes?
know, I don't know.
Yes, unfortunately you have this and queen c2, so that's...
Don't
yes,
don't
okay.
even think about it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the which is the position on the board, g6, and Etienne is thinking
Yes.
some crazy line. Okay,
Okay, great.
And that's
Great.
the move that you suggested, and actually Radoslav went for rook d8.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun. So
Keep the chat coming. Be polite, please. Be polite. Wow.
Martirosyan is trying to squeeze.
Well, with good reason. It looks
Yes.
that b pawn looks very dangerous, doesn't it?
So bishop c8 for the moment is keeping
Yeah, it
an
keeps
eye. Yes.
the pass pawn.
yes,
The
on this
pass pawn
pass
is a
pawn.
criminal.
But then should I start with rook d6 here
Oh, I don't
or
know.
not?
Well, knight takes d5 is...
Knight takes d5 first. Okay. Yes, yes. Taking the e7 square. Then knight takes d5. Can I allow myself another tempo? g2.
Rook c7.
Rook c7, and then something like rook g5.
e4.
e4. Okay.
Anyway,
Okay. Yes, it looks rather dangerous.
it's very dangerous. Yes, still. Next one. Let's go to the...
Next
what do we
one,
have?
We still haven't looked at this game, but somehow they managed to keep all the pieces on the board. They exchanged
That's
pawns.
That's all very exciting. We're going to come back to that one later. There are more interesting things.
And as you anticipated, it was not so easy actually.
Yeah.
He kept the knights.
He's kept he is keeping that blockade.
Andrei Sipenko still has 2 pawn up, but
I was once in a just on the subject of Nimzovich, that I was once in a prison in St. Kitts and Nevis, and I was there showing some game to the inmates there, and at some point I mentioned the great Aaron Nimzovich and his thoughts on pass pawns, and he said the pass pawn is a criminal. He must be kept under lock and key. And at this point, I realized that perhaps this wasn't the right environment to be saying this, making this particular remark. But it was, I was a little bit forgetful, as happens.
So
let's
let's have a look.
They were very nice chaps, actually. Very nice chaps.
So rook f1, Javahir Sindarov and Kasper Purin. Rook f1.
White is better.
I don't know, why did we get...
Yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes it happens.
It hops around.
Sometimes it happens. So rook f1. But black is fine here, no, Nigel?
Well, okay, possibly. Rook takes d8 and queen g3. I just don't. Yeah, maybe you can go rook.
Now, first of all, black is to move.
Oh, it's black to move. So, sorry. That's more to the point.
But even then...
Yeah, it's still not so easy. Not so easy.
Because, I have to keep an eye on...
You have to keep an eye. Yeah, no, I prefer
my
white.
knight. Yes, okay. Then this happened. Nigel, Magnus won the pawn on b3, actually.
Yeah. It's but he should be in...
And bishop b3.
Huge trouble.
So 2 minutes left for the world champion. A few moves to go still, till the time control.
And I think Magnus is in big trouble.
But why would you think so? I mean, I would always have some perpetual ideas. Yes, if I exchange a rook.
Okay, but it's white to move. So if I play, here is a question. Can I go for an attack? Maybe I can't. So perhaps I have to go bishop f3. Is that possible? Keep those things there.
Bishop f3, not to allow the trade, and can I do something like rook d6?
Rook c1. Can I do that?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can take my rook.
Yes.
You can take it. So I need something else. So
I'll simply go for this and yes, of course.
Correct.
So, what do you do here?
The rooks are very awkward, aren't they? Rook e2. And you're saying you can just
okay,
check.
now I can
Now
give
you
check,
can
yes.
check.
Mhm.
I'll take. Queen takes king g2.
Mhm.
You'll take my pawn. And I can't
What would be a nice square here? Like
exploit that.
I control this
You
one.
control
Yeah.
it. You control it for now. And very, very interesting.
So that's probably a very good move, rook d8 then.
You know, it reminds me that there was that line of the Spanish. You know, there was this old line which I saw again. The who was it? The Smyslov game against. Was it against Reshevsky? I forget. Well, he ends up with
Which one?
this material balance with rook and two bishops against queen and some pawns, and then eventually Smyslov delivers checkmate with the rook and two bishops. But it's like one of those things when you put the engine on it, the engine actually says that the queen and the pawns are to black's advantage, but in practice it's the other way around. But this one, curiously enough, he's a bit tangled up.
And actually,
Radoslav, yes.
that explains his long thing.
Yes.
It seems that he can't find the right move order, to improve his rook. So we've seen that bishop f3 runs into rook d6. So, but 3 minutes for Radoslav and 2 minutes for Magnus. Yeah. So what do we do here? Let's have a look what happened here. That's the position on the board. Etienne is down to 2 minutes. That's the...
yeah, but that looks pretty serious.
Yes. Bishop d5 was played. And what happened? Magnus offered the draw?
Looks like a draw. I can't think there's any... Unless somebody's lost on time, it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, it seems that he offered a draw. Ah, that's why, yes, Radoslav was thinking. Okay, so
right.
Draw in this game. Well, so he's certainly going to press, Radoslav with white.
Yes.
And, he didn't want to risk it today.
Well, I mean, this position was utterly chaotic.
But look, Nigel, while they're discussing their game, the player seems to repeat the moves here. So he went for bishop d5.
No,
but
okay,
still,
he's improved the position of his bishop, and now all sorts of things spring to mind. What I don't know, but some rook c8 maybe, or rook g8.
Rook g8, and is there a nice square from maybe rook g8? I still have queen h5, and then take on e5, and queen h3.
G4.
And g4 here.
Just possibly. If queen h3, I'll play f3.
You even have rook d3. I don't know if it's
not sure I want it, to be honest. I'll go f3.
But then
not totally clear.
You want to take with
the rook.
The rook, okay.
Now I'm threatening mate, and now you're lost. That is absolutely lost. Okay, so then what we started with This
Rook
is a
G8, yes.
great game.
And Etienne is... Did he make a move? Yes, let's...
He's made a move.
I
of
think
some-
Rook G8 was played.
No, but we've seen that. That move was played.
No, I don't have the moves. On
Yeah,
my-
if we can move the camera.
Yes, Rook G8 and Bishop G7 was
we
played.
need,
so,
need to see the...
and that's one of the most important moves in the game, the 40th. Etienne is going for
He
it.
looks
He's-
nervous.
Yes,
he
he's
looks
actually nervous.
highly nervous indeed.
Mm.
King B4. King B... No,
No.
King B4. Oh, he's got
Can
9
you?
bids. Yeah, why not?
But then I can still go knight.
Yeah, then I can take on G7 and play bishop takes B7. King B4. Move your king.
King
That's it.
B4. What did he do? No, he actually moved his rook. He played Rook E8.
Okay.
Okay, but Bishop G8 is the threat
Still
now.
a big
So,
threat.
Yes, just to demonstrate C6. Yes, Bishop G8 and this, of course. So,
What are you doing? Knight F7 checkmate.
oh, sorry. What did I didn't see? Where? Sorry. Did I miss mate in one?
You missed a mate in
Oh,
one,
yes,
Almira.
mate. Oh no, I was obnubilated by this idea, Bishop F7. Yes, so that's the threat. Okay. Then Rook E8. So we have mate in 2. What to do here? It's not much that you can do
No,
actually.
he's-
H5.
He's smashed.
At H5, Bishop G8 and Rook E6 maybe.
He's smashed. A Knight F7 check. Bishop G8 and Knight F7 check.
Again,
Oh.
yeah, I'm missing, somehow I'm missing this mechanism all the time, yes, so that's...
Just either mate or take a queen.
Okay, then I have to take. Okay, I've blundered it already twice, so then I have to take. So
Yeah,
Bishop...
Rook E8 is good.
But Bishop B5, then I have to take, and to... White is probably completely winning here. Okay.
Yes. Next.
Do we have more? Actually, we don't have that many results yet.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think I've written them all down.
well, a lot of
So
draws
what
and
happened
only
to-
Vladimir Fedoseev won.
Yeah, how many draws do we have?
We have, I think that that's it. We didn't have anything else coming. Only Grishuk Alexander made a draw against Anton Korobov, so a very tense round.
Yes.
Did they reach the time control? Actually, this is the end game between young Krzysztof Duda and Puya Idani. So Rook B4 was the last move. They played a lot of moves, and they're down to 5 minutes.
So it looks like...
They're going to give checks, yes?
yeah, it's going to give checks. And, well, King D5 is good. Check.
Yes, check, but then
King D6.
King D6, yes, and then King C5, probably.
But sometimes you just need to check again,
Mhm.
and then Rook B2.
Yes, your king is actually quite close, so
Yeah,
I would go like here.
here, and then the king comes across.
Okay, so this is
Kind of feels like a draw,
feels like a draw.
unless there is something very clever here. Feels like he's just about holding on. It's very close, but I haven't seen a win.
Oh, that's an interesting game. They're reaching the time control. Look. Jeffrey sacrificed his bishop. Like just a move ago, he played bishop g6.
Wow.
F takes, and what about queen h6?
Yeah, I guess it's check, and then knight f3 check. No. Or
You mean this knight f3? But then how do you escape?
Queen takes f2 mate. That's the second mate.
Second mate you're
in
delivering.
one,
Yes.
mate in one that you've missed on there.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play without lunch, actually. Yes. I start to blunder everything towards like.
Yeah, I also haven't had lunch, so I'm also missing that.
Oh, God. But queen h6 was played, then let's try. Okay.
Or is he going knight f3 immediately, or
no? He played
check
rook c1, king h2, so
no,
knight f3.
Knight f3.
So king g3 is the only move.
So queen takes e5 check.
Well, I don't see much here, so.
Yeah, okay. Now king takes f3, rook c3 check.
Well, there's one I've seen, so that's you have to give this one to me.
Okay, king h4,
and then
check, and then king g5.
Well, how am I not mating you here?
You are mating, rook g3.
Yes. So.
Yeah, king h4, rook g2. You found a mate. Well done. That's great. That's great stuff.
But then knight f3 is simply winning. He missed this.
Yeah. Somebody keeps saying, Alexandra, you're busted. Well, if we knew which Alexandra this was. I don't know any Alexandras in here.
Maybe there are. Yes,
no.
Unfortunately, we don't have the games of the women's event. We have no idea what are the results for the moment. So,
okay.
Yes, we will have a closer look afterwards.
Yeah.
Yes. This one, because we have absolutely no way of following everything. I will try to just to have a look if it's possible. But then, so they've reached the time control. Rook c7, bishop b6, and rook a7 was played.
Okay.
Not knight d5. Then probably there was.
This looks dangerous. I mean, rook a8 and b7 is a huge threat. And is there a defense? No, looks lost.
Well,
I mean, perhaps you can go king c8 or something, but then knight b5.
Knight b5, yes, that's what I was trying to analyze. But
and you have to somehow create something.
Yes, but king b8, b7 simply. But for the moment,
No. There's no threat.
Yes, there's no threat. So then you have to find something else.
So knight d6, but then I'm just wondering whether you can somehow create a threat, which I don't see at the moment. Rook e8, e7, rook e8 is the threat.
Yes, but I need to activate my rook. I don't have it.
You don't have the possibility. Maybe you could do it the move before and sort of check, just check perhaps or something.
Then king.
Yeah, and then
king b2.
Check again or something. Or,
okay,
king c3. He's going to win. It's going to win.
But actually, he tried b7. No, he didn't. Like, what is the position on the board?
B7? B7.
No. Like, rook a7. No. He's still thinking.
He's still thinking.
Okay, so a lot of results here. Let's have a look now. Vassiv Dorabeli won, actually. You were right. It was not so easy to play with an exchange down. There were too many pins.
Rooks are good. The rooks were active. In fact, Black's, although it was optically not that bad. Yeah, that was a good move. The black rooks are very, very active.
Rook g4 and h5. And
Yes.
he simply took the pawn and then exchanged the rooks. Yes, and bishop
Yeah.
d6.
This is very good technique. Get the pieces off.
Okay, so that's a very important win with black.
Yep.
No more results for the moment. Not what I thought, because Vidit is still thinking.
Okay.
This endgame is still in process, but still have to be careful. But maybe you can start with king d6 here.
Or
Then I wanted to play f4 here.
yeah, that should be winning.
So
That should.
yeah, the king is so far away.
It just should be winning. Simple as that.
Then what games? This game is actually still in progress. He took an e5.
What happened to Sindarov?
That's the game. Because we left it here at queen c3, king h7 was played.
Yes.
He needed to keep the. He needed to make a move here.
Yes.
So, then he took and queen g6 here. So g4.
Amazing. They have no fear.
This is such an unusual move for me. G4, rook e5, rook c7, and rook c5. But g4, Nigel, maybe there was no other choice. Because he's, of course, I understand why he played. He wants absolutely to get to this g7 pawn, but and maybe this is tactically justified, but I would be so scared.
With reason. With reason.
Then
I don't know.
so queen d4 probably here. Queen d4 or queen d?
The rook d5 will be the response.
Yes. Anyway, to
Yeah.
both of those. Yes.
Yes.
So, and then queen c3. You simply repeat, or you go for more.
No, I don't know. I don't know what black is doing here. Complicated. H5.
H5. Yes.
something.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe you can try. Okay. So this is. Do we have more results for the moment? No. This is still in progress. Rook a7, and he is thinking. We don't have more moves. White is probably
Well, white's just winning.
winning, yes. So a very fine game.
Well, we don't know whether it was fine, but it was very entertaining.
Yes, fine. Yes, that's what
I mean, we thoroughly enjoyed it, but
I didn't mean. Like there were no mistakes, but it was such a thriller. At least Daniel Dubov is trying to make a draw, but so
what's happened with our Iranians? Just remind me what's happening.
which one?
But with both of them, I've forgotten.
They're still playing. Actually.
both of them.
Yes, because well, that's the end game, which we
Yes,
elected,
yes.
and Idani Puya is still playing.
Yes. Okay.
So that's we declared that it's not easy, but very drawish tendencies.
drawish tendencies.
So that's maybe we'll go on a small break and we'll come back for the time trouble.
Okay. If we've made the time control, have we? Or
Yes,
what?
yes, of course. It's like
Everywhere.
yes, everywhere.
Yeah.
So
All right. We will take a break, and then we will be back Yeah, for the conclusion,
of this round.
Of this round. So we'll take a
and
break.
hopefully with a very interesting interview.
Yeah. Join us soon.
Welcome back to the official broadcast of the FIDE World Cup, and here we are with the hero of the day, Etienne Bacro. Congratulations, you've played such a thrilling game.
I hope hero of tomorrow, not of today. It's not enough.
Well, we take it step by step. Etienne, would you be so kind to share just your thoughts about the game? First of all, did you know that your opponent plays this opening with white himself?
Yes.
So you knew this?
I don't know, but my second spent it last 30 hours on this.
So your seconds analyzed it profound, because what I wanted to show that your opponent himself played this line and he went for bishop b4. So you chose bishop b3. What is the difference?
Okay, I will not delve into the opening. We might play the tiebreak.
Okay, sorry. Yes, of course. So then let's have a look at the game. Yes, I forgot about this, very important factor. So...
already here it's very complex position. My opponent clearly played for initiative. And then here I have the squares. Okay, e5 is not possible, so he should play to avoid g3, knight f4. And he had good idea to go on the other side. I don't know if rook b8 was good move, but at least very interesting.
So g3, rook b8, c4, he has to go for b5.
C4 was probably a good move. And b5 very interesting. Probably here I don't know if take knight e7 maybe, and so I thought c5 is
that's
more
exactly what we thought. Yes, so he has some squares.
So probably c5 is the most practical move. Bishop e7, and here I felt very confident, but probably my opponent also, because it's a bit crazy position. b4, a4, b3 was needed.
Yes.
And here I was very happy to have this queen c3 that I saw in advance.
So yes, he went for...
Because now knight b4, I just take queen takes b3, and he has many... So he played knight f6, is quite interesting, but I don't know if there are other moves. We just after the game, it's difficult. I mean, during the game, I just play moves
and it's such a difficult position to analyze from the human perspective. Of course,
I don't know what is giving computer, but
we don't know either. We
here bishop b5, I was quite happy, and now he took. This was good defense. A6, because probably if he goes c6, then I have bishop d3, knight b3, king
c6.
c2.
You mean instead of a6?
Yeah.
Wait a second. When was this? Queen a2. No. Wait here. Because here c6.
C6, I can probably play just bishop d3 here, knight b3 and king c2, very safe. And then knight e5 here, I'm probably winning. So a6 and was very interesting. Because
so
now on bishop d, now if I don't take on e6, probably can go queen e8, and with unclear position. So, but I found the attack, and here king h8, bishop d7. I saw this move in advance. I was quite happy about it, but I could not go to the end. It's probably winning, but
because bishop d7 is actually a very strong move. We haven't seen it when we're analyzing, because rook f6 is coming, of course.
Because if I go to d3, then rook f6, queen a2, knight b3, king c2, and always you have some queen d5, queen a3. You can take on f2. Probably, I don't know. It's too complex.
It's
probably
too complex.
Good for black. Actually, even rook fb6. It's so many pieces.
And even this is possible. Yes.
So that's why I was happy to find this idea. Bishop d7. I think I still thought quite much on the move, because I needed to be quite sure. Yes, this rook b2 stuff are always
in the air.
I mean, always difficult, to be
but
sure.
Knight f5, this is a very important sequence of move. Bishop d7 and knight a5, of course.
And very important that I can go king a3. Probably, I don't know, maybe other winning moves, I don't know. But
well, we haven't checked with the computer, actually. We really tried to understand it once again from the human perspective.
And here there are probably mini wins, but bishop f7 was quite cool, because I found bishop g5 while playing bishop f7, which is very good practically, because now, for example, if you take c5, that's a nice
bishop
line.
C5
bishop c5 takes, queen takes c5, rook d8 check, king h7. So let's now just think that if black included knight takes g5 at gz, I would have g6 mate.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And here, so here,
this, yes, you would have g6 mate, of course.
And now bishop, but now I have bishop g8, king g6, and h5, king take g5 and f4. Okay, this was probably the one very important line while playing bishop g5.
Of course, no, this is very beautiful.
I don't know if it's only winning line, but
yes, because our viewers suggested us that there was this defensive resource, bishop c5.
Of course, I made completely sure that bishop c5 never works.
So then,
but after knight takes, okay, the knight on a5 is too. I mean, I have material advantage, attack, and knight on a5. Yeah.
And the very important move, rook b1, to activate your rook, of course.
Well, I don't know if it's very important, but here there are many wins. But okay. Actually, my technique was not super great, I will say.
But at this point of the game, were you nervous? Just were you telling yourself, don't miss anything?
Always there are tricks. For example, go through the game. Of course, with few. I mean, the game was very tense. It will be very stupid not to win it. And for example, even after the time control, he placed the last trick. After f4,
yes.
It's calling rook f3. Because fg, rook e7, I take the queen. But after rook f3, there is knight c4 check. And such tricks, it will be terrible to face.
So yes, of course.
I mean, till the end, of course.
You have to stay focused till the end, and then queen f3, yes.
So I think, it was very resourceful all the game, but still probably white was better all the time. So that's I managed to find good moves.
Thank you, Etienne. This was such an intense game for both of you. We wish you very good luck for tomorrow.
Expect a tough game tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, and hopefully see you very soon.
Thanks.
We'll go on.
So my first interview this afternoon is Raslav Wojtaszek, the number 2 Polish player. You've just drawn with Magnus Carlsen, and could you take us through the game, and I'll ask you a couple of questions and variations.
Yeah, actually I'm not sure what was going on because in many moments I felt that I might be in danger, but on the other hand I also saw that I might get some ideas which I just thought that I will play aggressive because against Magnus I thought that if you will play a normal game it will not give you much success, I guess. So that was sort of a plan, and at the final what we've got, I wasn't sure. I mean, I felt that maybe I'm better, but on the other hand I thought it's not simple to not to blunder anything. So I thought that was a safe draw, but on the other hand, I don't know.
Okay, so it's the first game. There's still a second game tomorrow, which will decide the match. One specific variation I wanted to consult with you. When he played queen takes h4, I think, there was the opportunity of playing knight takes e5. And then instead of did you calculate that variation? Up to where did you calculate it?
I mean, I saw it, but it's so unclear that you. And also we were running short of time, so I saw that it exists. Probably I would have to go d95 and then try to find some very good move.
The computer suggested, of course, this is computer line. Suggested that after the capture of d takes e5, knight takes e5, you take on c8. He goes queen to h4, and I wondered if you talked about this variation at the end of the game. I saw you chatting with him at the end of the game. Maybe did you discuss this?
No, we were actually discussing if instead of queen f6, queen f6 when he played and he didn't see rook rook a. So there I wasn't sure what's going on after rook e8. I didn't have an answer to this. So after rook e8 it would be an unpleasant surprise because I feel that there should be something, but on the other hand it's not easy to find if you need to have like minutes. But yeah.
In any case, exciting game for both of you. So good luck tomorrow, and thanks for coming for the interview.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks.
welcome back. We just saw Etienne Bacrot explaining his wild game there. Of course, for me as an Englishman, it was a great joy to see two French people speaking in English, a little bit weird, but anyway.
You mean the frogs? Yes.
I did not say
I will
that. So I
remember
did
this.
not. I did not say that. I certainly didn't.
Nigel, let's have a look at the position we analyzed. So
Okay.
Vidit Santosh Gujarati was thinking for a long time, and actually it was completely justified, because what we were missing here, you remember you mated me, and well, that's why
Yeah,
I'm not playing on this
well,
tournament. Knight
okay.
f3, just 3. What we were missing here is
It's
a
just
very
queen
simple
a-
move.
Queen
Yes,
f4,
queen f4.
and he's taking the a pawn, and then it becomes very complicated.
And actually, queen e5 is, of course,
The correct
the
move.
correct move order. And then after f4, he went for knight f3, king g3
Yes.
here, queen e1. So I think he
So
calculated
this is
this
the
line.
sort of Nigel Short attack, really, isn't it? Then
So knight e5, you
Yeah.
know, because then you had rook c4, of course.
Yeah.
So king g5 is forced.
Yeah.
Let's just show, yes. Maybe even where we're starting
No,
with rook e4 or
rook c4. Yeah.
I mean, rook c4 or queen e4, which is the most. Rook c4 is probably the most
Yes.
precise. So
Yeah.
then queen e5 simply
Queen
mate.
e5 and mate next move. I'm good with the mates in one. I've been
Yes.
good today.
So should you deliver it?
Queen f5.
Okay. So then he was forced to play king g5, knight
Yes.
f7. Then you have to take, of course, and that's the position they're actually playing now.
Right.
They're having on the board.
And the fact of the matter is,
It's of the great importance. Yes.
according to
So I
Manatsa Kanyan,
Kanyan, yes.
then black has an extra rook.
And is there a hope for some trick here? He takes a 5. Well,
So
and this is a very important check. If even
what's that? That's the end of the game, is it?
yes, I think he resigned. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
a very
yeah.
important win once again by Vidit with black. Nigel, this
He's
is
strong, Vidit. He's a good player. He's a very
it's not so easy to win games with black pieces
yeah,
in this game.
yeah.
In this format especially,
Yeah.
because people have this tendency of being more solid. But then
Yeah.
another win for Hayek Marturisan, he converted this
He is
position. One of the discoveries of this
well,
event.
exactly. If you would have been talking about the names who I thought might do well here, he would not have been on my lips.
Or on the list.
On my lips or on my list or anything. So he is a real surprise to me that, how well he's been playing.
By the way,
So-
Etienne told us that his second analyzed this position for 30 hours. So I was just thinking about the seconds during this event.
Well, it's good to have some support.
Because the young
Yeah.
player, I was thinking, young players, do
who
they
is it?
have seconds?
Yeah. Does he? Who is?
He did not disclose
did-
this information.
Right.
no.
Okay. So it's
Young players have to do it on their own for the moment. So, and here we have Javahir Sindarov, who played Queen d4, Rook d5 as we analyzed, Queen e4, and Knight c5 here by Kasper Puren.
Queen e3. E3 looks like a sensible move, something like that.
You want, but why, like, because this is met by Knight e6 probably.
Yes. Yes.
But
Just
then,
like Queen e3.
wait, Nigel, but then, do I have this?
Oh, probably.
But why Queen e3 then? Why don't we go for a more active move?
No, just hang on. Slow
Yes.
down. Rook d1 check. And
Okay.
you go rook d2 check.
I have to be careful. Okay.
But you can
Can
escape.
I go to h4 or not?
You can go not to h4. Well, no, rook d3 check, king f2
Yes,
you can
okay.
play. And I don't know. Even
The
queen g5 there is possible, perhaps.
how is this possible?
Queen f4 check.
Oh, you're mating me with queen
Yeah,
f3. Yes,
I'll
today is not my yes. You're
Almira, you're a great optimist.
yes. Today, well, but we need to show those variations. You know, it's like at the end of the day, you could miss almost everything.
Yeah.
So, but then queen g5, maybe I could take and play
No,
rook
you can
c7.
exchange the queens
yes.
and so on, which may or may not be
And
great.
go
well,
back
well,
rook
well,
c7.
okay, knight h3 check. And it could well be a draw. So that's all I'm saying.
But I think, well, he played queen f3. And how many games do we have left? So
So
a lot
queen-
of results.
Now, queen
but
f3 is stronger, of course. Why was I playing queen e3? Makes no sense at all. Rook g7 is very, very dangerous.
Andrei Yesipenko is playing, still trying to convert his material advantage.
That is very, very interesting how that has gone. Rook g3, sneaky move by Dubov.
By the way, I wanted to tell you that, Nigel, you know that the special prize Platinum Crown by Nor Nikel is awarded to players at the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. So they choose every round. There is a game which is chosen by a jury. So the last, during the third round, this prize was awarded to Daniel Dubov for his win against Vladimir Malakhov.
It was
A very
I
fine
think
game.
it was a great game. I mean, we
So
didn't analyze it with an engine, but who cares? I mean, the aesthetics on that game were tremendous. So, I mean, it was full of fantasy, and it's the sort of thing we've almost become accustomed to seeing from him. Yeah.
But somehow here he is on the other side, you know,
Yeah.
of the medal, and he like rook. What's happening after rook f5?
Rook f5 is an interesting move because this could be just winning because we're trapping the rook. No, we're not, because the knight is coming to e4. You can't stop it. So king somewhere, I don't know, king e7.
King e7 is probably
Yeah.
the most precise. You need to keep an eye on the d
yeah.
pawn.
And the point is king e2, knight c3 check, and I of course, like
yes,
an idiot.
that's what you wanted to show.
Like
yes.
an idiot, I wanted to play king f2, and
Yes.
if we can just show rook takes h3,
Sorry,
king
rook
f2,
h3,
and
and
king
king
g2,
g2.
and this is resigns. This is game over because the rook has been caught. But of course, he
Yes.
would not do that.
We have this defensive resource, knight e4, but king e3 here. But I can even go knight d6 maybe. Can I? And take on h3.
Well, yeah, rook e5 check, and it continues.
Rook
Not
e5,
so easy.
wait.
Not so
What's
easy because king f2 is so
Still
I play.
threat.
Yes,
Maybe rook e5 is winning here.
Yeah.
I have no king f6 here.
yeah. It's not.
Okay, so yeah.
So that is winning. So you would have to do something else. Knight f6, knight f6,
Knight f6. To
and then do we have the same problem? No, we don't. Check.
Nigel,
Check.
no, not this. But then no. I wanted to sacrifice and play king f2, but then you simply take here.
No. You're getting too
And yes,
too excitable.
Of course.
Almira,
okay, let's see.
you need to calm down. You need to calm down. That was exceedingly brilliant,
okay,
but
so
not
rook
brilliant
f5,
enough.
King is7. This. So we won a tempi and knight f6
Yep.
here. Okay. So check, rook e5. What do you do then?
We go king d7.
And king d7.
And the point is...
How do you keep...
Yeah, now
your rook
after
alive?
I play rook takes g4. And you admire me for my brilliance.
What is the next? What is the next step? Veneration? Or? I'm just thinking about how far should I go? You know. So, yes, this is a draw.
We're just having fun here.
Of course.
We're just having fun.
So he actually went for rook e6 here. And we have a closer look on the players. So 7 minutes for Andrei Yesipenko and 17 minutes for Daniel Dubov. So he is
So what's
definitely
wrong with king
considering
f7?
yes, his options.
King f7.
I was thinking maybe there is something crazy like this.
Yeah, I just was thinking about it. Rook e3 check.
Mm-hmm. And
then check, and as the Spanish would say, tablas.
you know that Etienne Bacro, he sometimes when he is doing commentary,
Yes.
he has this conviction that some of the moves you can only pronounce them in Spanish, especially when you go for the attack.
I agree. Yeah.
So he is like
Yeah.
Spanish commentators when they cover
Why
some
not?
football matches.
Yeah.
So.
Goal!
So he says, like, if c5 is an attacking move, it will always be c5.
Ah, okay.
So I can understand this. Rook e6, then king f7.
It's tablas.
Well, Daniel is not looking worried somehow.
No, it's tablas. It's definitely tables, this position.
Tables have turned. What an interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
Yes. He was 2 pawns down.
Amazing.
And it represented a lot of technical difficulties then to convert those 2 pawns. Do we have some other results? Jumanbayev Renat is still playing against Sam Shankland. Let's
Okay.
have a look at this game. Somehow they managed to play a slow game, a quiet game, you know, whether everyone else was getting crazy, had some wild opening variations here.
Amazing.
But Renat managed to win a pawn. And that's the position that we
Yes.
have on the board.
However, Black looks like he's got good compensation.
Yes. It's
Very, very difficult to do anything.
Nigel, what would be correct actually? Because I think we're not native speakers, so black, would you call like its pieces, his pieces? What is the correct way?
Sorry?
Black pieces, like, but
His
would you say his pieces or
Yes.
his pieces?
Yes, yes.
His pieces are very active, yes.
They are, indeed.
So,
So hang on a second. Dubov has blundered,
blundered?
apparently. Yeah.
But king gives. But
Why?
that's what we looked at. No?
Is it?
No, we looked at the variation. No, we just showed the variation with rook h6, but then king e2 that's a blunder. But you're keeping an eye.
King f2.
But then knight d5.
And then rook.
And then rook somewhere, yes. And that's.
That's it. Rook e.
But I.
Rook e5. Rook e5 or whatever.
Well, but how? Here you cannot make a draw. Like you cannot make h5. That's why.
He could play rook h1, but.
No, but I understand. But then your structure is
maybe
fixed.
Maybe
that's probably the small nuance, tactical nuance of the position. Because then if you exchange, it's a draw.
So.
Okay. So what happened? He takes on h3. Well, he has to go for the variation. He doesn't take on d5. He takes on h3 first.
Okay. But now knight e5 check or something? Or what? Oh, sorry. No, king g2. King g2 and then he goes. Then he takes. So he can't do that. So he has to play knight e5 check first.
But he does. He does knight e5 check. We still don't have the moves, but we can see it on the board. And
why is everybody getting excited here? I haven't understood this. You have the faintest idea why this is? You're saying that d6...
d6 and d7, yes, probably.
Just so simple. Yeah, it's just d6 and d7. You don't have a place to go because you can't get the rook behind the pawn. That's the real
but
problem.
On the other hand, look, Nigel, no, you still have this king g2.
I go d6, yeah. That's
d6, knight e4, because
king g2 and king h2, and the point is you can't stop.
Yeah.
He looks anxious. Look.
Yes, he probably understood that he blundered.
He looks like he's just messed up. He's shaking his head there.
Yes, knight c5, rook e7, simply there is no way
so you can
to pull a trick out of your hat.
King g7 and d6 is going to happen. And the pawn is just going through. And Yesipenko is, he's thinking to himself, what have I done? Yesipenko is, look, he's very strong tactically. I mean, I've seen him 2 years ago and already he got much, much better, and he was good then. And
let's us remind our viewers that he beat Magnus Carlsen this year.
Magnus Carlsen certainly can play chess, and anyone who is capable of downing the world champion is not to be underestimated.
And he's very young.
He's extremely young, yes.
So d6 was played, and I think Daniel is contemplating the disaster on the board. So this game, didn't go his way from the very beginning. So he just 2 pawns down.
He got back into the game, what by ingenuity or by fluke. He knows he's gone. Look at it. You can see on his face. That is an oh my God.
And we are so lucky, actually, to have these visuals.
It's great. It's great.
Well,
we've had so much. Historically in chess, we haven't presented it properly. I mean, even if you look at the great matches, the Fischer Spassky, you had we've got some photographs there, and then of course Fischer started to complain about certain things, and we don't have the drama, and
It's very important.
You know, we've had rules, antiquated rules, that photographers can come and they can take photos, you know, without flash in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something, and then they're removed.
But I agree with you. This is such an important element of telling a story to the audience.
It is.
And we all want to know, you know, what is behind a player, a person, to understand his emotion, thoughts. And I do understand that it's not easy for chess players.
Yeah,
you know.
look, we've had those dramatic moments. I mean, for me, one of the most incredible moments was Nils Grandelius, where he was in, you know, I mean, they could have taken that. I mean, if, you know, Dante's Inferno, it was basically, he was on the way down there. He was in some stage of hell during that, with his remarkable expressions on his face. But it looks to me like King F3 should be the right move, or not. Knight B5. Ah, you trickster.
There is still elastic. But you mean...
No, it doesn't work. King F3.
Then knight B5.
5 and rook E7 check.
Check. That's then... can I still go king F6 here?
Now I go knight D7
Knight
check.
D7.
Yeah. King G6.
Then knight F8.
Knight F8. King here. Knight H7, which doesn't help.
We'll see.
Oh, he's resigned, is he?
Yes, but I simply play D7 here. What do you do?
Rook D2.
I have this check, yes.
And then you have this check.
And rook E8.
And then you have rook. And then you have rook E8, and that's it. What's that? What was that?
That was that was another result.
Sorry, I got carried away. I just saw some commotion on the board.
So which was this game?
Who won? Somebody won with black.
Actually, Kasper Pirun won.
Okay, so Poland is having a good day.
That's what happened after Queen F3, Rook D3, Queen G2, Knight D7 back. So. And he missed, I think he simply overlooked the rook takes H3. Sorry, this didn't happen.
He missed what?
Rook H3.
And King G2.
Yes, and then rook H4.
Ah, that's what he...
Such a beautiful idea.
That's what he missed. Oh, rook H4. He didn't miss rook takes H3. He just missed rook H4.
So rook H4, C6, rook G4, and... Queen C6 with the last blow.
Wicked.
It's somehow, you know, to see those ideas at the last stages of the game is very important.
Yeah,
you know?
But Pirun, he's very, very good at this. I mean, I've mentioned this before. He's a tremendous study solver, and
but he's also very resourceful, of course, and he's a great fighter.
He's a great fighter, but you know, he has those tremendous tactical skills, and I think if you spend a lot of time studying you're looking at studies, your brain is much more attuned to looking for these sort of tricks.
I think
resources. Resources is the right word, Almira. I shouldn't call these tricks because they are resources.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think he took part in several solving world championships.
Yes.
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 And we have 2 games left. So Mamin Tabata now you got me as well because I was doing great. Tabatabai. So that's what I was saying at the beginning, and I was getting it right.
You were getting it right, and
he converted his advantage, so he won the game against Pintala Hare Krishna, and we have 2 games left. So Shankland Sam, this is the game where we were thinking that black pieces were.
So which
were
nations
active.
are doing well? Iran is doing well today. Poland is doing well today.
We had 10 Russian representatives.
We had
still,
10.
Yes?
How many? Well, we've got another round. We'll find out how that is going.
And yes, that's about it. We have 2 games, and let's have a look. Let's have a closer look at this position. Can White actually overstep
Yeah.
in this position?
Yeah.
I mean,
overstep, overpress, whatever.
Overpress, yes, in this position.
The answer to that is yes. Most certainly.
And that's I think Rinat is aware of the danger.
Yes.
In this position, so that's why he played Queen C4. He wants to trade queens and to secure at least some stability.
If he gets the queens off, he has 0 chances of losing, basically.
But then maybe I should go Queen B7.
You go Queen B7. You keep these on, and it's. I mean, how on earth is White going to make progress? His king is more exposed. Even if you get the king knight up to E4, even then it doesn't make that much of a difference.
But what is the route? Because maybe Rook C2 here, but then you would go Rook B1 probably. Yes,
I'm guessing. But perhaps it's a good
Actually, I think he goes for Rook C2, but then I will not trade rooks. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. And who knows, maybe Rook B4 and H4?
Yeah, you should not forget about this one, because this pawn can become vulnerable.
Yeah.
So maybe Rook not Rook B1, but even Rook B4 here, yes?
Rook B4 and
Rook
H4.
B4 immediately.
Yes.
So
well, as Shakespeare said, double, double, toil and trouble. Know my F-pawns vulnerable. Or didn't say that.
I would want to strike with some, with some phrase from King Lear or Hamlet, but
well, that was Macbeth. It's fire burn and the cauldron bubble, actually. But
yes, but then okay, so or Othello would be more appropriate here, I think. So it's Desdemona. Okay, but what to do after H4? Could White be in trouble here?
We've got some culture with our commentary, haven't we, Almira? Bit of Shakespeare, my goodness.
Much to do about nothing. Nigel, but I think that this variation is very dangerous, especially if we take into account that Rinat actually has less than 3 minutes on the floor. And he goes for it, yes. He played rook b4.
Go h4 now.
So
and the thing is that
that's
he's not risking anything. King safety. I'm not claiming that black is actually better, but from a practical point of view, it's just not easy. And I'm sure that Sam Shankland is he's going to seize his chance here.
Actually, for this position, I do have some quote by Shakespeare, from Hamlet. I think it goes like, if you consider the options is to die, to sleep, for in the sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Oh, my goodness.
So, you see? H4, he goes for it.
That's
it. Let's see. But I think the younger generation, they think of us, they're trolling us, yes, probably. H4. This is the crucial moment. I think that given the time factor,
I know these positions they're very, very easy to go wrong. I've had positions in my chess career where, I've been better, I've been trying to press and so on. And it suddenly starts to become a bit complicated around the time control.
Yeah.
And so there's some disturbing move like h4 and you're not quite sure how to deal with it. And it can collapse very, very quickly.
The thing is, you also have this, I don't know how to explain this factor that you always think about the knight on c6 as that it will always stay here. But somehow these maneuvers, are also possible if this pawn will become vulnerable.
Yes.
You think that it will blockade there forever, but actually not at all. So h4, queen f3 was played. And okay, he understood that he has to be very careful here.
Yeah. They're quoting "My kingdom for a horse." That's what I do. Okay.
But this is like the trivial one.
Yeah, that's it.
Enchant us with something else.
No, that's
mesmerize us.
Yes.
Mesmerize us. So. You see what Nigel has to go through to earn his right to be here.
Of course. But, how about bishop h6? Is that ridiculous?
Bishop h6 is a possibility, certainly. I was thinking about queen a6 also.
Yeah, queen a6 makes some sense. I'd just like to press with bishop. Yeah, I'm not sure my bishop is doing that much.
But there is no way you're going to take on h4 to push g4. Or do you want to push g4? Like, for example, queen a6, it seems, and then maybe bishop h4. So maybe this is a threat. Although my idea was, of course, to play queen a4 here. But as usual, I'm probably blundering something at the end.
Yeah, well, that looks good.
Okay, so... but he goes bishop h6, Nigel.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Yes, but so I want to bring my knight someone closer to the battle. I don't know if it is possible. So,
if chess be the food of love, play on. Sorry.
But I realized that I cannot play without chess. I mean, I cannot live without chess. That's I just doesn't matter how long you stay without the game, and then like during the pandemics, and then like one tournament brings it all back.
Yeah.
I remember candidates. I was absolutely fascinated by the game. So he has to take on G3.
That's an interesting one. So knight takes.
Mm-hmm.
And if he gets his knight in on f6, that could be awkward.
But do I have knight e5 here?
Whoa.
Well, I've just tried
Whoa.
to see something. If I'm not sure, like you will tell me.
Yeah, might be a...
If I'm not blundering a piece or a mate, yes, then I think that knight e5 is actually possible.
You haven't blundered a piece.
But then, yeah, you could actually go for it, queen b7, rook b7, and c6, rook c7 simply.
Yes.
Because bishop b6, rook c6.
He was about to take. I think he's about to take.
But then, what haven't I seen? Okay, this is
No, I think you're doing quite well. He's done it.
Yes, he goes for it.
Yeah.
So some sugar helped actually. So
Yeah. What are you eating donuts or something?
So he go. What is he supposed to do here? Because he could be actually worse now. No, I realized that the most important thing when you're having a slight change in form is to trade queens. So then you cannot mate me anymore, and I can see all the tricks later. So what to do here?
Heading for a draw. That's my prediction.
But how are you heading for a draw?
It doesn't matter. I'll put my knight on. I play knight e2 or something.
Mm-hmm. So sure.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
King f2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my king on f3. I don't think...
So I cannot reshuffle it?
Well, you can reshuffle. Yeah, but... Looks like I've got enough activity, I think.
Basically, the most important thing is he has to gain his composure, to regain his composure, just to say, okay, I blundered, that's okay.
Yeah.
But
I don't even consider it to be
a blunder.
It's not the most serious thing. He's got the queens off. He's not going to get mated anymore. You know, whereas before, from a practical point of view, he could easily get mated.
Nigel, I just wanted to switch back to this game because we left it and we thought that it is completely over, and somehow for the moment Daniel has found some defensive
tricks?
Resources. Yes, well...
Dubov found some tricks. You surprised me there.
So he's still hanging on the thread, but king e7, he brought his king closer, and rook h7 here. So what happens on king e6?
I guess what?
And then I can simply take on d7.
I play king
e4?
e3.
a3. Mm-hmm. What is the difference?
Don't know. Knight d3. And then you...
No. Then, of course, I managed to blunder here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you had to play rook d5,
rook d5.
and then I play knight g6.
Oh, okay.
And then you go king f6. And I scratch my head. difficult.
But there was no other square, yes, to give checks. I only have the f8, so let's see what happened. King e6. And he's going for... Ah, yes, we forgot about the simplest continuation, rook h8. But then king e7 and knight c6 and king d7.
No. D.
Yes,
A8
no, but
equals
I
queen.
could. Yes, but I could.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, the simplest.
e5.
Yeah. Okay. So we're a bit dopey.
Yeah,
We're a bit
yeah,
dopey.
we are tired also.
We haven't been fed properly.
So what is he? Is he thinking about checking first?
Check and knight c6 or something.
No, you don't have knights anymore. No,
No. I mean, not king takes e. Oh, we can't do it. So I'm sorry. King e3 was possible.
No, he's thinking about rook 8. That's what I was
Yes.
trying to say. King f6.
Queens.
It's actually a very important check because he was not allowing to bring his knight d4, knight d6 at least, to offer some
Somebody
resistance.
is saying that Yesipenko blundered, but it looks like he's winning to me.
No, but the thing is, why check? I mean, I can
Yeah,
only
no,
understand.
because you want to get the king to e4. That's why.
No, actually here, because if you would queen first, just a second, so I'll take. I also have the possibility of
Yeah.
playing knight d4 and knight
King,
d6.
Yeah, but okay, you're making it harder, but not more. Rook a8, a8, and then rook a5 check, and it should be winning.
So knight d8, no, queen.
Technically,
d8, But now you don't have even this.
you don't
chance.
even have this. No.
This position is absolutely hopeless, so he comes back king e5. I'll probably check once again and king of...
Well, possibly.
But then you have this trick of king e4, knight d6, yes? So maybe rook b8 first.
Yes.
Let me check this rook b8.
No, you can also
No,
play...
I mean check this and then
Yeah,
rook b8.
knight d6 anyway.
Knight d6 anyway.
Not so easy. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you go, so king e5, and then what? Rook a8.
Yes, maybe not rook b8, but rook a8 at the beginning, yes,
Yeah,
because we
it's-
have to be
the-
precise with
Have to be
the
a little
squares.
bit careful here. No, rook b4 is probably winning here. Rook b4, just something like that. And that's king d5. And just he continues to annoy us.
Yes, this is the perfect square, I think. I mean, if you want to defend at least for a while.
King d3, and then king e5, and then you just sort of, and then rook a4, and
Yes.
maybe you win this way. Knight f7, knight h6. I don't know about such ideas. Can you draw like that just by attacking the pawn?
You mean knight f7 and I mean, if the
Yeah.
king goes this way, okay. Yeah, understand this. So like this, you're going king f4.
Yes.
So you need to have your king on e3.
You go king e3. I play knight h6.
Yeah, this is correct. So,
Sorry, rook f5 check was possible.
where? Just a second.
Yeah.
In which line? Here?
There was a variation there.
Okay, anyway, let's have a look at the game because he played rook g8. Actually,
King
he forces king f6.
Oh, maybe he gets him because he gets rook g6 and he's in Zugzwang. So if king e3, if knight e6, rook g6 is the right move, and then you win.
You mean you'll go rook f6 and rook f5?
F6. And then I get you somehow.
That's why Daniel is given another check. He plays knight c2.
Which is quite annoying to face.
Okay.
It's not quite annoying, it's a lot annoying.
Let me just have another look at what happened in the game. So actually, like we suggested, he played rook c3, knight c6, knight e2, but Sam Shankland brought his king to closer to the passed pawn, and now, well, I would think that
Black is better.
Black is much better.
Well,
okay, much in the sense that White has
like
only 1 minute left. From practical point of
from
view.
a practical point of view, that may be correct.
I mean, probably from the objective point of view,
Well, he's
it's
better.
a little bit better.
He's better, but he's done well, Sam Shankland.
What was played in the game? Knight c3. Yes, actually, I like this move because he wanted to put his knight on d5. So
Yes.
knight c3 is a very important idea.
How many games do we have? 2 games.
Yes,
left?
we have only 2 games left.
Right,
and,
that's what I have.
So knight c3. How to continue here? Maybe knight e7 or.
Knight e7 is quite logical.
And he goes for knight e7. That's what I actually wanted to say. It's sort of much easier position for Black to play.
It is. It is. I mean, he's not risking anything.
I'm pretty sure that the computer is evaluating this
As
close
a draw.
to close to equality. But then all the squares and with 1 minute on the clock, I have rook b4 coming as well. You will always be
You've
able.
got 3 isolated pawns. With 3 isolated pawns, then they can drop off. And he looks tense. Doesn't he look tense?
King f3. It's very important to overprotect the pawn on f4. And knight f5 probably.
Knight f5, and he'll play bishop f2.
Well, king f3 also ensures that I will be able to play knight e4.
Yeah, that's just a good move. Maybe knight f5 is wrong.
So then, what
but
can we try?
If you don't do that, I'm just wondering whether I can move my bishop back somewhere. He's gone knight f5.
Well, he goes for knight f5.
He will play bishop f2. I'm just wondering whether he wants to... sometimes you can play in a way which may look very, very odd. And I'll tell you what I mean here. G5. He's gone the other way. Interesting. Because this way with bishop f2, G5.
G5 was possible, yes?
Yeah, just takes, bishop takes, and you're saying, okay, and then bishop e7. And then you're just basically saying, I'm going to put my king on c6, I'm going to go, I'll disturb you with my rook. Maybe I'll get my pawns going. You know
Yes,
what I
and
mean. You
of
know
course.
what you know what I
Yes,
mean.
and
It's not like it's great. It's brilliant, but
But it gives you an opportunity
Yeah.
for a long play still. So what
absolutely.
happened?
So I think that's why he's gone bishop d2.
And rook b3 was played. Maybe we can have a closer look on the board. So Renat is down
Yeah,
to
so you see,
40,
he's,
40
but
seconds.
he's blundered there because the point is after bishop f2, he could have played knight d5 check, but with bishop d2, he's probably forgotten
That there is
there's
knight d4.
no check.
Let's illustrate. Yes, your point. So this is no longer possible because
Yeah.
I can win my rook back
Yeah.
and
Okay, so he's gone back, but now king c6 should be played.
where did he go?
He's gone king e2.
King e2 and
I think, well, actually, still no threat.
But-
Bishop g7. Bishop g7 or something.
and king
Knight,
c6 seems like
e4, bishop.
a very nice move also.
Yeah, he's got.
Or you mean king c6, knight e4, then a knight g5,
Yeah.
maybe if there is a possibility to...
he can make a obviously.
Well, I need to get to your pawns as well, because my pawns are very vulnerable, so I need to try something. Like if you play bishop g7, do I have... knight e4, you want
Knight
knight
e4.
d4, yes.
Knight e4, king e3, and it doesn't do anything.
I see.
I've got an immediate draw, of course. I mean, black can make a draw any time he wants, but
Okay, but king c6, let me try this. If you play knight e4, then I play rook b2. And we reshuffle once again. And then if you play
king f3.
king f3, I will play bishop g7.
You will.
Do you have bishop?
Still some troubles. Still some trouble.
So what happened?
He's gone king c6.
Okay, so they're playing like 40 seconds for Renat and
They're
a
saying
little bit more.
show the other game. I don't know why.
Yes, have a look. Nigel, let's have a look at this defense maybe. Wait a second, by Daniel Dubov. So this is the position right now. Did he make progress? Okay, knight e6. So he brought his king to e4 here. Knight c5, king d5, knight d7, and king d6.
No,
But-
knight e5.
Knight d5, he wants to play certainly rook f8.
And then king g7. Draw.
King g7 simply.
No,
yes.
no, you can't. Rook f5.
Rook f5.
And we're not in time.
Yes, you mean king f7. I will simply play king e7. Yes,
and you're not in time.
So you can't do this. But then what happens after king
He's
d6?
he's gone rook f8 check.
Knight e5
And if he goes back, knight f7 check. And then king g7.
king g7 and knight h6 I
That's
have.
it.
Aren't
That's
you
it.
blundering the pawn?
Yes.
Let's have a look. Okay, I will make
He'll
just
go knight f7
this.
check. He's done it.
This I go, and then no, but I can still protect it.
No, but
So-
he's sorry.
What did
how-
we miss? Like,
Yeah, but how do you win? You never win.
but I will go king e6.
And
Wait a second.
what's your
so-
idea?
Well, I want to go king f6. You mean king g6? You would okay.
Yeah. That's the setup.
Yes, that's. It reminds me of this game that Maxim had to defend against Fabiano Caruana. You know, like everyone was looking at table bases.
Yes. Yeah, but
and
this is
he missed the
this-
perfect setup, but the
this is
knight
the-
had to be on g7. I mean, in that particular position.
Yeah.
So here, like knight f7 is the best move. So he goes for king d5.
It's going to
and
go
king
king g7
g7
and knight h6. Yeah, looks like a draw to me.
Unbelievable. And there is no.
He's a tough cookie.
He
How do you say that in French? A tough cookie.
dur à cuire. It's actually, if you would translate, it's difficult to cook you.
Right.
So the goose is not cooked yet.
That's it. We got back to the goose.
Oh my God, king g7, and what do you do here?
Knight
okay,
h6. He's done it.
Knight h6.
Very calm. You notice that is a feeling of, I've just made a draw.
And the look on their faces, it says it all, yes. Daniel is very calm. Okay, rook a4 and king f6.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, and what happens in our second game?
Does he win if he get his... Can he get his king to f8 or something? Sometimes you can win like that.
Yes.
But when you get the king to f8, knight takes g4 is perhaps... Is that... No, it's not going to work.
Yes, you mean take on g4 and then you play
Yeah.
king f5 and sacrifice, but
Yeah.
maybe your king will be in time. Depends if my king is on the 7th. But let's have a quick look at this one. At the second game. They've exchanged rooks. And he managed to bring his knight to d7, but then he will probably lose the
He's
c5 pawn.
Losing the pawn. Knight g2 is coming. Sam Shankland is pressing.
And 10 seconds for white. It seems so. No, 33 seconds, yes, sorry, because
So Sam has
now.
he has to take on c5, I
the
think.
clock was updated, so yes, 30 seconds increment till the end of the game.
Yeah, he has to take this pawn because otherwise knight c7 check.
So king c5, he takes it. But it's a very important pawn, so what do you do here?
Of course it's a very important pawn.
So king c5.
And sometimes he now can retreat his king to c6, to d7.
Okay,
Sometimes.
but now you have to deal with this threat, so you have to bring your king somewhere. Maybe here, yes. Because now I have this.
Gone knight c7. He's coming around the other way.
Knight c7, and if I will go king d6.
Whoa.
Where?
e5.
Knight c7 is not a check. Sorry. I was
I'm
thinking that
just wondering. e5?
e5. Somehow I thought that the king was on d5.
Tic-tacs.
Tuk.
Tuk-tuks. Tick-tock.
I cannot
Tick-tock. Tick-tick.
Yes, I cannot take because the pawn is pinned.
e5. He's going to do it.
Yes, e5 is a very good move. But what do you do here?
He's done it. No, I
Yes.
don't see a defense.
Yes, he played e5.
I
and
don't
then-
see a defense.
Because, well, the only way to unpin would be to give check, but then I suppose
C6.
king c6, yes, and then...
You're in trouble.
Is there any miraculous way to make a draw here?
No.
So what do you do here after knight e6? Well, he gave bishop e3 check. maybe.
Uh-huh. This is where I miss Vlastimil Hort on these old television programs. He would be saying, "Oh, 'tis miracle, 'tis miracle." Good old Vlasti.
Well, did they have a regular television show?
Ah, they had this BBC master game thing. It was very
Oh, okay. Like I missed this one. So 96, and but then
before your time. Before your time.
why can't I take on
You can.
F4 now? Okay.
You can.
So
You
you
should.
So I think that black now is completely winning. So you see how difficult it was finally to defend this
Of
position.
course. It's gone like...
Even knight g2 is possible.
All right.
Okay, knight g2.
It's all good.
Mm-hmm. I think bishop b4 was also possible, but okay. Knight g2, he wants to take with a knight on f4. It's not much to do. Knight b4 and king d7. Knight d5 now.
Yeah, the king e6.
Mhm,
I think
king
it
d6,
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
change anything.
Yeah, I'll put the king on f7 just for security.
Mhm. Okay, there is nothing that we can find.
Yeah.
After knight d5, king s6.
No, it's all bad. Oh, he's got f takes.
Yeah, even it
F takes e. He's got f takes.
e5.
Yeah, that's the.
You mean here?
No, then you just take everything twice.
Yes, of course. But then no. But
Yeah, yeah.
when there was another
No,
moment.
no. It doesn't work.
No, because yes, here first you take everything and then you play this one. So knight d5 happened. And he takes first.
All good.
Yes.
All good. Completely winning.
Mm-hmm. So,
Completely winning. So Sam Shankland is bringing home the bacon.
93. But I think this game was such a perfect illustration of how Grandmaster sees this opportunity. He sensed that he should go for b4, h4 and turn the tables. And
yes.
It was a perfect decision, actually.
No, it's from a practical point of view, because he just ratcheted up the pressure.
What happened? Like this? This happened, yes? Because I don't see knight d5. Yes. Mm-hmm. But once again, king e6.
King d6.
Anything is possible. Yes, here.
Doesn't need to. Keeps the bishop on. Bishop dominates the knight. He will play e4 check at some point. Just brings up the pieces. No, it's really hopeless. And can we just check the other game?
Yes. Okay. The other game. They're still playing this.
Oh, they're very happy. These guys.
He brought his king back to f3, and Daniel is simply waiting with his king. So he plays king g6, king f3, king f6. So check king g7 simply. But
it's he will,
yes, but he will try. I think for a while. So. Oh, look. Okay, so he gives the pawn.
And it doesn't help.
Yes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes g4.
And then
Then
check and check and check. Check on h6.
yes, that's important. So you need to.
Yeah.
And
It's a
knight
dead-
f7.
Yeah, it's a dead draw. It's a dead draw.
Could it go wrong here?
No.
Actually, no. I mean
no,
here,
no,
like after.
he's going to take. It's a dead draw.
No, of course he's going to take, but I mean, it's important to play knight h6 and knight f7.
Correct.
That's what I
He's
wanted
got
to
to
show.
play
Yes.
knight h6, but I will bet you anything he will play knight h6,
Mm-hmm.
which he's done.
When defending those positions, you have to be very familiar with this defense, that the knight always go on the side check and goes back.
Yes.
The same is valid even when you are on the last rank.
Yeah.
So you always go knight h7, knight f8, knight h7. It seems that you're completely lost, but you still have this defense.
Yes.
And draw.
Right, so I think that's probably equal after rook takes h6. Yesipenko. Hang on a second.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the other one.
Okay. And that's the last game of the round. You know, one thought that I have, that I had, of course, that maybe you can sacrifice, but still, it's
There is no
there's no way,
sacrifice.
yes,
there is
no way of
nothing here because
of
king
exchanging, yes.
e5 is
Yes.
just winning.
so king e3 and then king e5 here. I wanted
Easy peasy, this endgame. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
So we are probably witnessing the last moments of today's round. King e5 was played. He's still offering some resistance by playing knight c3, but then
No.
probably f4.
No, there is no resistance.
What was played? King f2, yes, after f4.
Yeah, king f2. Just go and disturb the bishop, the knight. Play bishop e7 or something. Just don't even move. Bishop. It just needs to disturb the knight. Just don't. You've got your king so far away. He knows it's all over.
Well, somehow
He's gone bishop e7, as I thought. He's just going to check him and put the
bishop e7,
bi-
you
yeah,
Bishop
please,
e7.
he'll put his bishop on d4. And that's absolutely... I mean, he doesn't even need to do that. It's stopped.
Yeah,
It's stopped.
so he... Rinat Jumanbayev resigns and Sam Shankland wins a very important game with black pieces. We actually have a lot of those today. So in a second we will have a look at the results.
Okay.
A lot of decisive games today. So
We did. We had some.
yes, let's...
Oh, great. We've got everything there. So
Magnus Carlsen made a draw with black pieces.
anything but solid.
We just saw the
Conclusion
of the game
yeah.
between Andrei Sipenko and Daniil Dubov. They made a draw as well. And
Yeah. Etienne Bacro won a crazy game.
yes, we have an avalanche of results. Yes.
Yes.
So Kasper Purun beat with black Jahangir Sindarov. Alexander Grishuk drew against Anton Korobov. So what are the important results? Yes, Vidit Santosh Gujarati won against Jeffrey Xiong with black. And Vasiv Durabaili won with black as well.
Yes.
He defeated Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
He is the biggest surprise for me. Yeah.
Yes, let's look at the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
So Fedoseev
Safe.
Vladimir won.
Yeah.
What are the most important results here? Yes. And
Taba Taba.
I mean, won his game as
Yes.
well against Pentala.
Hare Krishna.
That's
And there was, and the last one,
Yes.
which we've just seen, the
more
Sam
draws.
Shankland.
More draws in this bracket.
Yeah,
In this-
but look, we had a number of draws there, but it's only to be expected that the matches will be, the mini matches will be closer at this point. So yeah, we're going to have plenty of tie breaks to come. And an interesting round as usual, as always. So some great games and some. I like the blunders. I like it when people botch it up. Am I a sadist?
Nigel, I have to take this moment to thank you, our sponsors, once
course.
again. Well, you see those behind us. We have plethora of sponsors for the Greek side of Europe.
Plethora.
Plethora, like, but in French we say plethora. So
Okay.
plethora. We have Gazprom, which is a general partner of the championship, and as you know it already, it's a global energy company. So
Very
they
big.
supply natural gas and other natural resources all over the world.
They do.
We also have Nornickel, which is a leading Russian metals and mining company, so they supply them a lot of nickel and palladium. Once again,
Palladium, they use it in catalytic converters.
Yes, but they also use it for jewelry. You know,
Oh,
it's like
right,
you never
okay.
listen
No,
to me.
No, you're right. I never listen to you.
And of course,
That's
last
always
but
my
not
problem.
least, for Sagar is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers. So it supplies vitamins for growth to over 100 countries around the world. So for many years, the company has actively supported the Russian Chess Federation and FIDE. It's becoming the strategic partner of FIDE. So thank you once again for following us. Well, same time tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll see you then at 3 o'clock, Sochi time.
Au revoir.
So our interview this afternoon is Amin Tabatabai from Iran, number 2 player, and you've just defeated in a very good game Hare Krishna. How do you feel?
Well, of course I feel very, very good. At some point I thought that the game is gonna end in a draw because it was an endgame, and also Hari is very expert in endgames. But yeah, he got in time trouble and he played, it was a slightly always better for white, so there was few options for him. Like he could just play, when I played King Bishop C5, he could just play King F8 and just hold, but still, it's unpleasant. But he decided to take on C5, and here also after Knight B4 is a little bit unpleasant because I have always C6. And he got in time trouble, so I think I got a little bit lucky that he made a mistake at some point. I don't know, Bishop B5 was a mistake. Because anyway, if he doesn't play also Bishop B5, I'm gonna go H4 at some point, F4. He just has to hold. So yeah, I think all the game it was a little bit unpleasant for him.
So as you're pressing practically all the game, always a slight advantage, and maybe one of the key moves was for him to play Knight D6 instead of BT C6.
Yeah.
We were talking about this before, so could you explain what you were thinking in that case?
Yeah, exactly. I believe he missed E5. I think after E5 might be even winning for white. But also I saw Knight D6, and I was thinking that here I have King D4, and I think he has to go King D8. And here I thought that still he has to find some precise move, but I thought that still I have good winning chances here already because of my pawn on A5 is much stronger than my opponent's structure is much better than him. So yeah, it wasn't easy for him.
It would still be tricky for him to defend that ending in any case. So after winning the first game, obviously this is a 2-game match. You have an important game tomorrow. How are you thinking about the game for tomorrow?
I lost in my first match against Al Qadimi. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I won first game with black, and I thought it's over. Mm-hmm. But World Cup taught me that it's never over because I lost with white. So I know that tomorrow is going to be a very, very difficult day, and we'll see. I know tomorrow is very difficult.
So good luck tomorrow, and see you after the round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.